A lot of them think that we only look after the big people. No, I think we need to give all our support, and we also have a special committee called the Small and Medium Practices Committee, which helps the SME sector. So on the SME, as we had it, then we have the International Relations Committee of Safa, and I must thank all our committee members of the International Relations Committee, because I discussed with them about this matter. We have a SMP committee that is really looking after the practicing side, but there was no one looking after the SME sector. And it was important that we look at the SME sector and then see how we can really bring them into focus. So after discussing with our committee, they all supported the idea that we should have a South Asian one where we get all the South Asian nations together. So I'm happy to say that all of them are present here today. And the president of Safa is representing everyone. The vice president is there. And in the final session, we have invited all our Safa countries, and I'm happy to say that all of them are represented in the final session where we will have a panel discussion. So that's a great thing that we've been able to do, and to show our support to the SME sector. Now, what do we mean by support? Now, if you look at the SME sector, if you look at Sri Lanka, it is really one of the major sectors. 52% of the GDP. I'm sure in all our South Asian countries, more than 50% is contributed to the GDP by the SME sector. Then the employment, 45% of employment, total employment. And then, of course, if you look at the total number of enterprises, almost 75% of the enterprises are in the MSME sector or the SME sector. So these are the important areas. So we as professional accountants. Now, if you look at our sessions, we are looking at some important areas. One, of course, is the where we have invited the guest of honor to speak on the real reason for the UN. When you say UN, it's all the countries that are included. So that means we are celebrating the UN Day, but it's not only celebration, but the recognition that we are going to give. So for this, now in the inaugural session, we have taken a great leap. You know, in the CMA Sri Lanka, we formed what is called the SME Development, COVID-19 SME Development Committee in 2019, and last year we had this SME Development Conference, and we were able to make a recommendation, because a lot of the SMEs were unable to provide collateral to the banks to obtain their financing. So we told the government, in fact, this was some project that they had approved, and of course Mr. Takuya is here with us, the Asian Development Bank, who is behind this project, and now it has been approved by the government, and it is now on the way to be set up this year. So that's one of the great things that we as a professional body, and this other body that comprises our experts from the industry, from the commercial banks, the chambers of commerce, professional bodies, all were able to make this recommendation and get this done. So that's what we are looking at, like a contribution that the professional bodies can when we make to the SME sector. Then what's the other biggest problem that we are having? That is the bank financing. Now the second session will cover that area, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of them have been badly hit. How we can rehabilitate them, how we can bring them to the normal one. And they have all loans, but they are trying to see whether way that how these organizations can be rehabilitated. Then the next one is the importance of the working capital, the cash flow statements, and of course, if you speak to most of the bankers, they say that these SMEs do not maintain any record. So we have to make it mandatory that all these people who are taking loans from the banks must at least have a cash book. They should maintain it. Otherwise, the banks can get the support of the professional accountants to see that this could be done. Then there is also a big shortage of maybe the bookkeepers or the accounting personnel in these SMEs. Sri Lanka has already taken this forward. They have formed a body especially to help them with called the accounting technicians, where the people at the lower level can go into this, and then they can do the bookkeeping, they can prepare the accounts and other things. So that's another thing that we can look into. And of course, to help the SMEs, what is the action? But then we also have the professional accountants who will give the consultancy services. That is what is called SMP, the small and medium practitioners. These also a recommendation from the International Federation of Account. We also have set up the the consultancy services practice certificate, which we are now giving to our members in order that they can help the SME sector. So these are some of the great things that we can do as a professional body. And what we need to see is that how we can assist the small and medium sector, how we can go. They must not think that we are only catering to the big people, but how we can help, because for the big people, there are enough people who will help them. There are enough consultants that they can get, but the smaller people need our support. So if we are professionals and if you want to build the country, then that is what we can do. So I think those are some of the important areas that we are looking in the final session, where we are looking at the experiences of the South Asian countries, the problems that they are having, the challenges that they are having, and how they can overcome those things. What are the actions that they have taken? Now, many industries are in great difficulty as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, if you speak of some of the areas where we even in foreign exchange, like the tourism industry, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, that was wiped out. So we need to see how the countries can be brought back, how these SMEs could be done, how we can get the big companies to assist the SME sector, where they can buy their products, where they can give their know-how. Then similarly in the agricultural sector, we have recommended what is called the export houses, which will be able to help the small-time person to give their products, improve their quality, and give these products and then to export it. So there are a number of things that we can do, but the two major areas, one is the credit side, the other one is the export side, which you can look into and then see. So I think today we are very happy that the International Relations Committee has been able to host this Safa SME Development Conference, which is in the right direction to help the society, to help the people. It's a financial side, the costing side, all are very important. And today we know that the societal costing is of great importance, because if all increasing prices are met by the society, but are we going to pay all those prices? No, we are not going to pay for inefficiency. We are not going to pay for wastage. We are not going to pay for corruption. So that means we have to have professional people who will have to look after all these facilities and ensure that we have a proper costing system, proper financial system, so that the society will not have to bear these things, especially in the government institutions. They are overstaffed, they are inefficient, their productivity is very low, but the private sector will have, if they do not maintain the productivity, the efficiency, the profitability, they will have to close down. But government sector, we have to pay the taxes and they can carry on. So I'm sure all of us who are present here, I must thank all of them, and also the president of Safa, who will be inaugurating the conference, and that we will be able to make a very great conference. And I would like to suggest that this should not be only a start. Once we finish the conference, we should all follow up and get together and get the support of everyone to take the SME forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. And I must thank you as the chairman of the International Relations Committee for taking the initiative to have this conference today. Now it's time to listen to President of South Asian Federation of Accountants, Mr. Hennayaka Bandara, who is also the Vice President of CMU Sri Lanka. Mr. Hennayaka will speak on role of Safa in SME development. Mr. Hennayaka Bandara's contribution to the field of professional education counts for more than 2 decades. Currently, he serves as the Vice President of CMU Sri Lanka. He has been associated with Safa since 2005 and served as a technical advisor and member of several committees. He also had the opportunity of working very closely with all Sri Lankan past presidents of Safa. Mr. Bandara is a past president of Association of Accounting Technicians of Sri Lanka, AAT, past president of Association of Professional Bankers of Sri Lanka, past council member of CA Sri Lanka, treasurer of Organization of Professional Associations of Sri Lanka, and a council member of Sri Lanka Institute of Advanced Technological Education. Professionally, he was a general manager, CEO of National Savings Bank in Sri Lanka and the chairman of NatWealth Securities Limited. He also has served as a director of World Savings Bank Institute, WSBI, and a board member of many other companies. Mr. Hennayaka, we would like to hear from you the role of Safa in SME development.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Ruchira, for your introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a power cut in our area at the moment, and please bear with me for any interruptions. I'm sure that, am I audible? Audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right. Thank you. Our keynote speaker, guest of honor, Advice and Vice President Safa, members of the board, Chairman Safa International Relations Committee, Permanent Secretary, moderators, panelists, distinguished invitees, participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me congratulate and thank the Chairman International Relations Committee, the founder president of Smes Sri Lanka, Professor Lakshmana Vatavala, for organizing this conference to celebrate the United Nations Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Day within a very short period and inviting me to speak on the role of Safa in SMEs development. Let me also thank Mr. Takuya, the keynote speaker, and Mrs. Simrin, the guest of honor, for accepting our invitation to address the accounting fraternity in the South Asian region on the timely important topics. Your participation is a source of encouragement to Safa network partner of International Federation of Accountants. I also would like to thank all moderators and panelists for consenting to be the speakers of this program with short notice despite their heavy work schedules. On behalf of Safa, it is a true pleasure for me to join the inauguration session of the conference, and I am delighted to address you all on the role of Safa in SMEs. Firstly, let me speak a few words on the importance of SMEs. Small and medium-sized enterprises are a fundamental pillar of the economy. The World Bank estimates they make up 90% of businesses globally and more than 50% of employment worldwide. At the same time, SMEs play a significant role in Asian economies as they are responsible for very large shares of employment and output in all Asian countries. However, in the bank-dominated financial system in Asia, SMEs have difficulty in accessing cheap finance. Bankers are cautious about lending to SMEs, even though such enterprises account for a large share of economic activity. Startup companies are finding it increasingly difficult to borrow money from banks, and the strict Basel III capital requirements have made the situation more challenging. It is difficult for banks to evaluate SMEs since they often do not have solid accounting systems and their credit risk is not obvious to lending institutions. Many SMEs in Asia borrow money by paying high rates of interest or offering costly collateral which hinders their growth. Many banks prefer to allocate their resources to large enterprises rather than SMEs. The reason for this is that for large enterprises, the financial statements are clear. SMEs do not have clear accounting information and have a limited credit history. With a view to easing the financing of SMEs, three methods have been widely accepted. First, the development of credit information infrastructures for SMEs and the utilization of credit rating techniques for SMEs to solve asymmetric information problem. Second, the development of a sustainable credit guarantee schemes to remedy the collateral issues of SMEs and make their assessment of finance easier. And third, the development of specialized bank for SMEs. More importantly, one of the major requirements for making SMEs credit risk transparent to lending institution and for credit guarantee institutes is a nationwide credit risk database known as CRD. The CRD, which has been established in Japan, is a unique example for this. The CRD provides credit risk analysis and credit scoring services and examines the probability of SMEs defaulting for banks and credit institutions that are members of the CRD. If other parts of Asia could establish such systems to accumulate and analyze credit risk data and to measure each SME's credit risk accurately, SMEs would not only be able to raise funds from the banking sector, but could also gain access to the debt market by securitizing their claim. The establishment of a CRD could be a medium-term infrastructure target in Asian economies. In the short run, it is possible to implement various methods for measuring the credit risk and assessing the credit rating of SMEs. Lending institutions, credit guarantee institutions, or independent local rating agencies could use these methods with data regarding SMEs. If I take my own experience that I was employed in one of the largest poverty alleviation projects in Sri Lanka funded by the World Bank, which included a component of credit. The aim of the credit fund is to facilitate the expansion of income and employment opportunities through the provision of credit for self-employment ventures with the final goal of poverty alleviation. The credit fund involves itself in the actual operation of a credit fund. Instead, it acts as an apex organization, lending funds to the selected partner organization, who in turn mobilize the target groups, activate savings, and extend credit in support of micro enterprises development, POs. POs include village-based grassroots organization, commercial and non-commercial banks. Let me now move on to the role of Safa in SMEs. Small accountancy firms and practitioners, also known as small medium-sized practitioners, SMPs, are the most trusted advisors to the small business enterprises and provide a crucial lifeline to a sector vulnerable to business failure and poor governance. SMP serves an extremely significant segment of the economy, which is small and medium-sized entities. Safa has set up a small and medium practices committee to initiate and intensify efforts on ensuring that specific concerns of SMPs and SMEs of South Asian region is considered at appropriate forums to address the special and differential need of the region. At the same time, with the objective of building the capacity of SMPs to provide credible and quality service to the SMEs, all member bodies have taken several initiatives to update the technical knowledge of the small and medium-sized practitioners. They also have set up the SMP capacity building task force to provide continuous professional guidance as well as introducing best practices. The SMP committee of Safa is planning to organize training programs, workshops for building digital competency of SMPs this year. Building digital competency of SMPs is the need of the hour post-COVID-19 pandemics to enable SMPs to work in virtual environment. Safa launched the Digital Competency Maturity Model, DCMM, which was designed by the ICA India and further developed by the European Federation of Accountants and Auditors, aims to improve the digital competency of SMEs. The DCMM comprises of questionnaire that enables SMPs to rate their current level of maturity on digital competency, identify areas where competencies are strong or lacking, and then develop a roadmap for achieving higher level of maturity. In conclusion, I wish to mention that the value of the services that are provided by SMPs to their small and medium-sized clients rests on the quality of the service, whether it is audit, accounting, or advisory. More importantly, the quality of the service that the SMPs renders increasingly depend on how digital competent they are. The more digitally competent they are, the better the service they can offer their SME clients. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my duty to recognize the valuable contribution made by Ms. Shanti Maheswaran, the Executive Secretary, Mr. Modit, Nodal Officer, Permanent Secretariat, and all others who have supported in organizing this conference. Once again, let me thank Professor Vattawala for his invaluable efforts and all of you for your participation. It is my belief that the knowledge and exposure that you may gain through this conference will last with you for a long time to come. I wish the conference all success. Thank you and stay safe. Over to you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Vijay.
Naik. Thank you, Mr. Naik. Thank you for taking us through your experiences and for explaining the role of Safa in the development of SMEs as the incumbent president of South Asian Federation of Accountants. Now I would like to turn to our guest of honor, Mrs. Simran Singh. She is the country director of ILO representing United Nations Sri Lanka and Maldives, and she will talk to us about significance of UN Msme Day. Ms. Singh, who is a national of the United States of America, has been an ILO staff member since the year 2000. Since then, she has held various positions in different ILO offices, as well as an ILO headquarters in Geneva. Her previous post at the ILO, held between 2008 and 2017, was as Senior Specialist on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work based in the ILO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, Bangkok, Thailand. Ms. Singh holds a bachelor's degree in Anthropology and Sociology from Connecticut College in USA and a master's degree in International Development Studies from the George Washington University, USA. Mrs. Simran, we would like to hear from you why this MSME Day is important to us.
Thank you, Ruchira, and a very good afternoon to everyone. And I would like to start by thanking, of course, Safa and CMA for organizing this dedicated day. I think this is the second or third year I'm joining you to mark this particular day that has been established to recognize the contribution as well as the potential of the micro, small, medium enterprises around the world. So I am joining you today. This is actually the 5th anniversary of the United Nations MSME Day. So it's a relatively new day, but it couldn't be more timely given the kind of challenges we are facing when it comes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, when it comes to ensuring employment, and when it comes to ensuring that the economic downturn that we've been witnessing does not actually have a very devastating impact on the employability, the productivity, as well as the life and livelihoods of many people that are fueling the economies and keeping communities intact and surviving in this very, very challenging time. So needless to say, I think Professor Wattawala as well as Mr. Bandara have highlighted how vulnerable micro small enterprises are to external shocks. They first of all have what we call a liability of being small, so a liability of smallness, which means that the firms, the small enterprises, have less resources to control, which make them even more vulnerable to internal and external shocks or events, as we've witnessed. So, for example, in a small enterprise, an employee who is critical quits his or her job, and there's a decline in financing options, a reduction of demand, perhaps due to a competitor entering the market, or as we've seen in the past 2 years, a crisis hitting the global economy like no other, the pandemic, and now, of course, the Russian aggression on Ukraine. All of these things are quite huge shocks that have really reverberating effects on those that are particularly small and are not able to navigate and have the safety nets to be able to recover as easily. The second thing that the United Nations recognizes, of course, about micro small enterprises and their vulnerability right now is that, their smallness also coincides with their liability of what we call newness. And the newness is, many of them are, start and stop type of enterprises. They're not long-standing corporations like we have across much of the Western, but also in South Asia region. So as they're new, they also many times fail. And they also don't have always the best business strategies and have poor legitimacy around. So they can easily be taken out by competitors and these kinds of external shocks. Now, what also fuels a lot of this is the fact that, access to financing, which is what you are very much discussing. And I'm so pleased that that's the topic here in this and is so essential. Because year on year, day on day, as we interact with MSEs, in my capacity as ILO director, but within the UN system, over and over, it's nothing new. Access to working capital, access to finance. And then we talk to the banks and we say, we have the same issue. Well, we don't really trust these MSMEs. We can't really facilitate access to finance. Or it's done very begrudgingly because it's very difficult because they don't have collateral, or there's no trust because they're new or they're small, that they will be able to weather any shock and will be able to pay back the loan, even if it's very great concessionary loans being offered for the startup of business. So it makes it even more challenging. They have poor credit ratings if that's the case. And they're also very much already in debt, we've observed. So their starting point tends not to be on an even playing field, and that's not necessarily favorable to the financing environment. And I think this is something that we've seen even more, even though there's been goodwill intentions. Many South Asian countries have come up with packages targeting SMEs to recover from the shocks, but the take-up over and over, the take-up of these supposedly great packages for their recovery, for their incubation, is very low. There's one other element is that there's just simply oftentimes in South Asia in particular, but other parts, a lack of trust in terms of official institutions. Many SME owners I've seen, and in particular women, would rather trust someone in their community on which to borrow money to start up a business, as opposed to going to a financial institution that's seen as demanding a lot, as seen as unfriendly, and as not one that is sympathetic to the kind of issues facing MSMEs. And finally, also because of we can't eliminate, when we talk about MSME owners and managers, we cannot eliminate the very human element of what people have been suffering in the sector over the last 2-3 years of the pandemic, psychologically speaking. So the psychosocial elements of compounded stresses, not just the work-related stress and losing financing or not being able to pay your workers or be able to source and meet market demands from your products, have really created, compounded with the kind of stresses from a personal level, whether it's children's schooling, whether it's health concerns, have really created a psychosocial dimension that often financial institutions are not as sympathetic towards or geared towards dealing with. So I just wanted to highlight some of these key challenges. And I think this is one reason why the United Nations, of course, and the ILO have been very keen to promote this, this day, not just this day, but this work on creating more jobs in the MSE sector, because it is definitely recognized as a sector that would generate employment, and not just any kind of employment, but really potential for creating what we call decent jobs out there, and ones that are also environmentally sustainable and will be key, absolutely key to what we're calling a human-centered economic recovery. It's, we lost sight of the human-centeredness some time ago, and I think it's really essential that as we mark this day, we remember that the MSEs are not just enterprises, but they are made up of workers, of managers, of those that employ, of risk takers, and that are not working necessarily in the easiest of circumstances, but they do very much hold the key towards economic recovery, and one that is human-centered so that the livelihoods are better. Now, I cover Sri Lanka and Maldives, and just maybe I can speak a little bit about Sri Lanka. They really, SMEs make up a huge part of Sri Lanka's economy, with 1 million SMEs operating right now here, and accounting for about 75% of all businesses in the country. I mean, that's not a small figure to have been impacted. They also contribute to about 45% of employment in Sri Lanka. So half of the people in the country that are employed are working in or running or managing SMEs. And 62% of all employees working in industries, trade, and services actually are in the MSC sector. So again, very huge. And when it comes to women's employment, which is an issue also very much for South Asia, 25% of MSCs are comprising of women MSCs that focus primarily on food processing and textiles. And these are both very lucrative industries for many of our South Asian countries and beyond, you know, even Vietnam, etc., in Southeast Asia. So it does have a good, and it also does tend to attract people that are in a younger age bracket. So it has potential of dealing with issues related to youth unemployment and young women's employment. So really, how can we put our heads together? You all coming from the accounting field, you all coming from the financing field, how can we actually see how to hold hands with these SMEs that can clearly contribute a huge amount to the GDP of the country, to community well-being, to youth employment, to women's employment, and to trade, to access to export markets, all sorts of things. How can we actually facilitate that with a human lens, so to speak, and one that will create really a human-centered recovery, economic recovery, a job-rich one, and one that definitely bears in mind the environmental sustainability side. I'm raising these issues because these principles are absolutely enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals that we all aspire to reach by the year 2030. They seem to be so far away. We seem to have taken so many steps back with all the crises at hand. But definitely, if we are to look at solutions going forward, SMEs will be, as I said, holding very much the key for that type of recovery. I think, you know, research has been done over the years now going forward. We have to look at innovative ways in which they do finally access finances. They do actually, you know, are not only just able to access finances, but know how to manage their finances. They get assistance with that. There needs to be facilitation in terms of business continuity services, business information services, business development services, linkages with actors and value chains and supply chains so that there's better market access, so that it's a win-win situation between those that they're producing for and those that they're supplying to. So this market demand, supply demand side needs to be really, really well also thought of. Certainly harnessing digital technologies, e-commerce has really come to the fore as a real way in which SMEs can access markets better. And unfortunately, many SMEs, as we know, do not have capacity in the realm of digitalization to the extent that could really benefit them from going to scale. But I have seen, again, countless SMEs here and in other countries where, you know, just simply having even an Instagram page to market your products, as small and niche as they are, have really resulted in tremendous gains in terms of employment and access to markets and revenues. So, I mean, these are the kinds of things that I think we need to be looking at, promoting risk, promoting innovation, embracing digitization, focusing on women-led and youth-led enterprises, and certainly, most definitely, access to finances and handholding as to how to manage those finances so that that gain can have the kind of desired ripple effect across the financial realm, the economic realm, and the human-centered realm. So with that, I'm going to end now, and I look forward to hearing about a very positive outcome with all the superb experts you have here, certainly from the financing field and accounting field, about how we can actually absolutely harness the potential of MSCs, SMEs in these extremely turbulent times as the key to a human-centered, job-rich, environmentally sustainable recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your comments. Now I would like to turn to our keynote speaker for the day. He is Mr. Takuya Hoshino, a financial sector specialist from the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Takuya will talk about developing a financial ecosystem for SMEs. And also he will talk about role of credit guarantee institutions. Mr. Takuya is a financial sector specialist in the South Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. He has been working for several lending and technical assistance projects in Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, and Nepal to promote financial sector and private sector development. In Sri Lanka, he is leading several SME finance projects with emphasis on women entrepreneurship development and a capital market development program. He has a Master of Business Administration from the University of Southern California and also a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Takuya, we would like to hear from you.
Yep, thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of Asian Development Bank, let me say thank you, SAF International Relations Committee and the Smes Sri Lanka for inviting ADB to this very, very important conference. And today, I'd like to share our observations on how to develop a financial ecosystem for SMEs, especially using credit guarantee instruments. And we are very glad that we are recognized to support the government to establish a new SME credit guarantee institution. And yes, we have been working together with the government over years. And we are actually in the quite an advanced stage of finalizing the arrangements. And I would like to emphasize that credit guarantee institution or credit guarantee facility for SMEs are very, very hot topic across all the Asian countries. And we are also supporting India, Bangladesh, and also other Asian countries to develop credit guarantee facilities. But I'd like to say that different countries should have different approaches to credit guarantee system. And this arrangement should be developed in collaboration between the government and also participating financial institutions. And so I can say that the ADB's role is to establish a good working arrangements between the government and the private sector so that they can jointly develop a financially sustainable and also inclusive credit guarantee facility. So please go to slide 3. Yeah, next one, please. Okay, so first of all, this actually chart was developed based on the statistics by the International Finance Corporation back in 2018. So around 35% of the SMEs in Sri Lanka identified access to finance as a significant issue. And if you look at this data for other Asian countries such as like Philippines and Malaysia, you can see that Sri Lanka is still behind. And so definitely SMEs are financially constrained in Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. So then how we can enhance SME finance in Sri Lanka? And I just say that there is no easy solution. What is needed is more like a comprehensive and holistic solution to this issue. You may definitely need to look into the demand side, the supply side, and also facilitation. And especially today, I'd like to focus on the facilitation side, because the information asymmetry and the high transaction cost definitely prohibits the efficient financial intermediation from the banking side to the MSMEs. And there are so many factors affecting the information asymmetry and the high transaction cost. For example, as the previous speakers highlighted, market infrastructure should be in place, accounting and auditing must be reliable, and also use of technology should be in place, and also the banking sector should compete for innovation. And then finally, some risk mitigation tools should be introduced. And credit guarantee can be considered as a tool to mitigate the risks, so that the banks can mobilize the fund to MSMEs in a more comfortable manner. Next slide, please. So then I also would like to highlight that collateral is a significant constraint for the MSMEs in Sri Lanka. I just confess that this is not a unique issue to Sri Lanka, but also for other Asian countries as well. But I'd like to share our experience in Sri Lanka. So we introduced affordable working capital financing facility back in 2020 to support MSMEs affected by COVID-19. And we actually set the lending target of 20% to be provided in the form of non-collateralized loans. So the definition of the non-collateralized loan is the loan without real estate to be pledged as a collateral. And so the banks were very cooperative, and they overachieved this 20% target. However, of course, if you go into the breakdowns of the non-collateralized loans, you can see that most of the non-collateralized loans are provided with personal guarantee. And this is somewhat, problematic, because you cannot expect the large size personal guarantee. So personal guarantee can only provide a solution for the smaller loans, but it cannot support, say, medium-sized loans or large-sized loans. And banks definitely should start cash flow-based lendings to small and medium-sized enterprises with a sophisticated track records. But that has not been happened, unfortunately, in Sri Lanka. And we see that the introduction of the credit guarantee can have a potential to resolve this issue in Sri Lanka. So next slide, please. Next one. Okay. So we actually started to work with the government for establishing SME credit guarantee back in 2017, and we actually did some study on the issues related to the introduction of the credit guarantee scheme, and also developed a proposal for Sri Lanka. And we identified that private sector stakeholders complained about previous credit guarantee schemes because the claim processing was very slow, and also guarantee schemes do not have a financial stability, and also the guarantee coverage and the premiums are not favorable. And so definitely those previous issues must be overcome. And then how a new SME credit guarantee scheme can overcome those issues. That is a challenge. And of course, we can say that develop and maintain efficient operations, financial risk management should be sophisticated, and also the credit guarantee products to be affordable. But those objectives cannot be met easily at the same time. So the next slide, please. So the fundamental issue, not the issue, I say that the fundamental point that people should take into consideration is the trade-off between the economic additionality and financial stability, sustainability. So, the government officials or MSMEs always want to have affordable credit guarantee services at a lower premium and also wider guarantee coverage. But this will definitely negatively affect the financial sustainability of the credit guarantee facility. And if the financial stability of the credit guarantee is not ensured, then the credit guarantee cannot provide a guarantee. So that's why, as a bottom line, financial sustainability should be coming first. And then within this limitation, the economic additionality should be explored. And so based on this principle, different Asian countries have different operational models for their own credit guarantee schemes. So next slide, please. I listed several different credit guarantee models in Asia. And so Malaysia, Korea, Japan, and Thailand. Those are, I dare say, that are representative different credit guarantee models. And in the case of Malaysia, I think the Mr. Azman from Malaysian CGC can provide a more detailed explanation on its business model. But the Malaysian Credit Guarantee Corporation has characteristics of the cost recovery model. So this is more like a private sector oriented model. But on the other hand, like Korea or Japan, they receive significant support from the government and also banking sector. So theoretically speaking, Korea and Japan is not a cost recovery model. It continuously relies on the public sector funding, but this public sector funding is quite unstable, and so that's why they can ensure the good credit stability. And in terms of the Japan, as the president mentioned, that it has a unique credit risk database that determines the guarantee fees of MSMEs depending on their risk profiles. And so Japanese model relies on technology-driven and also financial statement-driven risk management practices. And Thailand model is more like relying on the banking sector, the credit provision. And so it is very cost efficient, but at the same time, it has a high NPL ratio. So, what I want to highlight here is that the different countries have different models. And these models should be determined based on the collaborative arrangements between the government and private sectors. So if the government is willing to provide a continuous public support, then of course the government can or the country should pursue Korea or Japanese model. But the government doesn't have a sufficient budgetary support, then Malaysia model should be pursued. And as of now, we understand that the government has a significant fiscal constraint in Sri Lanka. And so I can say that Malaysia can be a good starting point for Sri Lanka to think about its own business model for credit guarantee institution. Next slide, please. So I actually started the discussion from the business model. But before the business model, I would like to emphasize that good corporate governance system should be in place. That is the fundamental requirement for any credit guarantee schemes. And so legal and regulatory framework, supervisory arrangement, independent and competent board of directors, and also banks' engagement in corporate governance, effective and comprehensive enterprise risk management framework, internal control, financial reporting and auditing, performance monitoring and evaluation. Those are very, very basic, but very important. And so ADB would like to support those, corporate governance system should be in place as a first priority. Next slide, please. Okay, then what kind of a business model should be introduced? I said that Sri Lanka should first benchmark to the Malaysian model. And so what I explained from now is quite similar to Malaysia, but has some like a modification from the Malaysian model. So in terms of the fee structure, it should be based on the market pricing. And the market pricing means that the pricing should be determined based on the risk of SME borrowers. And of course, in order to identify the risks of SME borrowers, the information of the business of SMEs and the profiles of SMEs are quite important. So market infrastructure is also important for this market-based pricing. And also in terms of the coverage, we'd like to suggest that partial credit guarantee should be provided because if banks do not bear certain credit risk of SME borrowers, then a moral hazard issue may come up. And so coverage should be partial, but the scale of coverage can be differentiated based on the development objectives of the government. And thirdly, appraisal process should be on individual basis. That is slightly different from the Malaysian model right now, but previously Malaysia also did individual guarantee. And the reason why individual guarantee is preferred is because the credit guarantee is a new financial instrument in Sri Lanka. And so we cannot easily rely on the capacity of the banks to provide a appropriate market instruments. And so we expect new SME credit guarantee institution will lead the appraisal and to create a new market. And once banks get more used to this guarantee provisions, then of course this credit guarantee institution can increase the reliance to the banks in terms of the appraisal. So which means that individual guarantee can be transformed to the portfolio guarantee. And fourthly, monitoring and recovery is also important. And so stringent financial covenants for participating financial institutions and also information sharing mechanism between credit guarantee institution and the banks should be in place. Next slide, please. So leverage is also quite an important element to determine the business model of credit guarantee institution. But we do not recommend that high leverage should be pursued at the initial stage of this credit guarantee institution, because the credit guarantee institution first should provide affordable credit guarantee products, which means that they cannot expect much from the guarantee income. So they definitely need to rely on the investment income to cover the loss from the guarantee operations. And so in order to increase the investment income, you cannot increase the leverage of the guarantee operations. Private sector participation, again, this is very important. Private sector can always bring in new technology business-oriented culture, and also new thinking to expand the businesses. And so private sector participation is strongly encouraged in the long term, but the private sector also requires a higher investment return from the credit guarantee institution. And that may be conflicted with the mandate of the credit guarantee institution to provide affordable credit guarantee services. And so private sector participation is encouraged, but should be gradual. And finally, the government support. This is also critical to ensure the additionality of credit guarantee services. But as you know, that the government is fiscally constrained, and all the government support should be targeted and also growth oriented. And so that's why the monitoring and evaluation framework should be definitely in a robust manner. And also the government should have a clear list of priority sectors so that they can provide a more focused support for those targeted sectors. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the final slide, and I understand that many people expect credit guarantee institution to be a game changer for the SME finance ecosystem. But you cannot expect too much, to be frank. And credit guarantee institution has a limitation. The fundamental limitation is, as I highlighted, the trade-off between the economic additionality and the financial sustainability. And so credit guarantee scheme should be carefully designed and gradually developed so that they can hit the right balance between the economic additionality and the financial sustainability. And so credit guarantee scheme should be considered rather as a facilitator to complement the ongoing initiatives by the government. And I would like to reiterate that policy and institutional development, this is the fundamental requirement for credit guarantee scheme to be financially sustainable. And so I strongly encourage the government and also the other stakeholders to promote policy and institutional development in line with National Financial Inclusion Strategy that was published last year, and also, as a concrete actions, financial literacy trainings, including cost accounting and also financial statements auditing, those should be further promoted, and also the bankers' capacity of underwriting should be also strengthened. And also, again, upgrading Credit Information Bureau and promoting a use of movable assets. That is also quite an important agenda to promote non-collateralized lending to MSMEs. And finally, ADB is very glad to announce that our effort to support women entrepreneurs that is now in the advanced stage. And we are very closely working with the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Industry, and NEDA to develop a new SME portal for learning, mentoring, and networking. That will also be beneficial for MSMEs, especially women entrepreneurs, to develop a good business plans and also improve the implementation capacity of the business plan. And so we would appreciate if CMA and also other stakeholders can join in our ongoing initiative to develop a new SME portal, and that is also provide a complementary support to SME credit guarantee institution to create a new credit culture so that information asymmetry and also high transaction can be lowered. So this is the end of the presentation, and thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akya, for your keynote address explaining how the credit guarantee institution can play a role in developing the financial ecosystem for SMEs. You have mentioned that it is not a game changer, but a facilitator. Your points are well taken. Thank you very much for your keynote address. Now we have a special address to talk about the experiences of the Credit Guarantee Corporation of Malaysia. We have Mr. Asman Taufik. He is the Senior Vice President of Business Development and Products, Credit Guarantee Corporation of Malaysia. He will explain us the experience of credit. Must mention Mr. Asman, AFA and MIA. They both have us in inviting Guarantee Corporation of Malaysia. Mr. Asman has in the banking and financial sectors, both in Malaysia and Indonesia. Prior to joining the Credit Guarantee Corporation, he worked in Malaysian Bank in Berhad and held the post of Associate Director and Branch Manager at the Bank of Nova Scotia Berhad. Mohammed Asman attained his Bachelor of Management Studies from the University of Waikato, New Zealand in 1990, and he is a certified credit practitioner since 2002. Over to you, Mr. Asman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruchira, and thank you very much to Professor Laxman for inviting me to this Safa conference. It's very honor for me to share Malaysia CGC's experience over the last 50 years. Let me share you my screen. Let me share. Can everybody see the screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Okay. As mentioned just now, CGC is actually we were established about 50 years ago. Next month, in fact, we will celebrate our 50th anniversary. And if you can see over the last 50 years, starting from a humble beginning with a paid up capital of 2.5 million ringgit, roughly about $500,000 US in 50 years ago, our shareholders fund has now grown to around 3 billion ringgit, or about slightly about 850 million US dollars. And since that date, we have actually provide guaranteed financing up to roughly about 20 billion US dollar, supporting 360,000 MSME. When the CGC was first established, our finance minister who founded the CGC mentioned that we should aim to reach a situation in which poverty or lack of capital is no bar to success in business or industries. So what we have done is, in the early years, we give guarantees, and these are actually single guarantees, piecemeal guarantees with the bank. And actually the take-up rate in the initial years was not very much. And what we have found out is we make it simple, and we will just say we will guarantee any viable business without any collateral. So, and also the government actually helped us in the sense that the government imposed in the 2 years after that, the government imposed to the bank and says, out of your deposits from customers, you must set aside a certain amount of land that you must guarantee with CGC. So this actually helped the CGC to grow until such a time where in 2009 to 2010, there's an economic crisis, and then the government asked us to become financially sustainable. So we no longer provide a concessionary guarantee fee, which we did in the early days. Now we are actually quite what we call, we charge the price recovery, so to speak, to the customers, so we can become self-sustainable. Going back to this, we are actually central bank owned. Bank Negara own 78% of our shares, and the rest are actually by the banks. And this is the segment that we are operating in. The banks are actually our clients who provide the SME for us to guarantees. And we also work with other SME supporting agencies, different supporting agencies. There are more than 50 agencies in Malaysia that support SMEs. We also work with non-FI, such as P2P and ECF players, and also trade chambers. Okay. We have 16 branches, but these branches are actually just as an outpost sign for that, for our direct financing, which is a small segment of our business. Most of our guarantee business are actually done out of head office. So going back to this list, we started in 1972, provide concessionary guarantee financing, extended the network, and we actually started the portfolio guarantee as what Mr. Takuya mentioned just now in 2016. The first bank we launched a small amount, and then it has now become, the portfolio guarantee has now become our bread and butter, where we now, our business is more than 85% is portfolio guarantee. About 10 of 12% is singular guarantee. And the rest, small percentage, is direct financing, which is done by our branches. And we continue to leverage on technology. We are the first company in Malaysia to introduce IMSME, or what we call this here. IMSME is a platform for referral from anybody can go into this platform, and we will direct them to the banks, and the banks with set criteria will come back to them and says, okay, we can give you offer for such and such an amount, but please give us a little bit more detail for us to process. This IMSME, up to May this year, we have done 120 million approval with to about 5,000 SMEs. So it's 5,000 approval to 5,000 approval to SMEs, and we have about 2.3 million visitors since its launch 3 years back. Yeah. So okay, this is where our core business are. The guarantee, which is the portfolio guarantee, is mentioned just now by Mr. Takuya, and wholesale guarantee is also a part of a portfolio guarantee, but this is already in the asset of the bank, where we actually take it off and guarantee so that they can manage their capital better. These are individual guarantees, and we also do guarantees with we also support the banks to do their guarantees for green technologies, and recently special relief for the COVID-19, and also targeted relief and recovery facilities. Direct financing is a small business for us. We have some project TPUB, we call it, to assist contractors, Bumi Putra contractors, and Bismullah is Biswanita is small contract, is small funding up to 750,000 equivalent US dollar to small businesses with 4 years experience or less. And Bis Micro, we are testing now using psychometric and technologies for this. This is we have run the stage, but what we want to share is actually beyond guarantee. Beyond guarantee is something that we really are doing to help the SMEs. IMSME I've covered just now a little bit, in the sense that this is the referral platform, and the bigger one is the CGC developmental program, where we find out that, you know, when customers come to us, the first thing or customer goes to the bank, and the first thing they get rejected is we found out is that they don't have enough track record, collateral, or the most pressing item is their credit records, because the credit record is kept at the central bank, so everybody can, all the banks can access. So if they have 1 or 2 payment overdue, they are immediately get rejected by the banks. So sometimes the bank don't inform them what exactly the reason they are not successful. So they come to us, and for us is we give them financial access training ataupun or advisory for market access lah. So if you look at this, okay. So when they get rejected to us, we have our advisory services, which is the financial advisory. We will review the application that was rejected by the banks, and if they sometimes their record is quite bad, and there's nothing much we can do. But rather than saying that there's nothing much we can do, what we do is actually we ask them whether you require training, or we tell them that, you need to build up your account until it become respectable and there is no money in the areas for a certain period of time before you can apply back to the bank. Secondly is for our own customers that face that issues, we actually give them capacity building and business coaching. So these are the items that we actually now we started about 3 years ago, this one. And recently, because of the COVID, all our mentoring workshop are actually based on webinars and digital marketing, digital-based webinars. And what we're saying is when we talk about mentoring is we give them training in terms of previously, before pandemic, we invited big companies such as the supermarkets chain, and these big companies will tell them what they need to do so that their product are accepted to this to the supermarket. And we also invited our standard agencies to provide training on what are the ISO requirements, standard requirements for them to prepare food, what type of packaging, marketing, and the like. So these are all value added for customers. And for those customers that have reached a certain milestone, we invite them to go for trade fairs, and we actually pay for them to go to previously to Indonesia, Thailand, and China as well. So these are those extra items that we are doing now to help the SMEs. So these are the advisory workshop, a sample of advisory workshop, and also access to market. And you can see here, this is previously we have since 2016 we have done 7,400 SMEs. We have briefed them on the access, and out of these 223 of them has been able to access new market lah. And these are our partners, these are supermarkets. And during the pandemic, we have shifted our partners to more on the online platform such as Lazada, Shopee, as well as Grab. So these people are our partners that give education to the SMEs and how to actually operate on their platforms. So my KNP is also another source for the banks when they get rejected. They will channel it through my KNP services, which is actually a platform set up by central bank, manned by CGCs. So this one, we receive all the rejected cases from the bank, and we will put them through these channels, right? So again, let's go back to this portfolio guarantee. CGC, we have done quite. Instead of just bank, I've done also recently, last year, we have done portfolio guarantees with non-banks. One of it is to one of the telcos that have their own ecosystem, where they have their own SME, and this telco can provide funding on a 3-minute application. The customer can go to the apps in the phone and apply, and they can get approval within 3 minutes, and the funding is disbursed in 24 hours. So we have done the portfolio guarantee with that telco last year. So that's the gist of it. The history is 50 years old, and this has become a BAU. This thing, we are still looking at this, especially trying to grow the Biz Micro. These are the one that we are now pushing, the beyond guarantee. So these are the 3 pillars that we are working on as CGC Malaysia. Okay. So that's about it. That's my presentation. Maybe I just cover a little bit on what we do during the pandemic. We increase our guarantee scheme. We increase our normal guarantee scheme from 70 to 80%. We subsidize the profit rate, lowered our guarantee fees, give loan moratorium and targeted assistance, and especially during a restructuring, so that they have customer have more breathing time to service the loan. That's it. Thank you very much. Shira, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asman. Thank you for taking us through the experiences in Malaysia, how Malaysian credit guarantee cooperation has helped to develop the SME sector in Malaysia. So next in agenda is actually the vote of thanks. But I was wondering, now we have about 10 minutes to go before we come to the vote of thanks. There are some questions I can see in the Q&A session. Professor, if it is okay, we can ask this question because most of his questions are related to the credit guarantee institution.
Yeah, I think we can go ahead with the questions here.
Yeah. So the one person is asking, actually, he's asking about, I think these questions, most of these questions are relating to the credit guarantee institution of Sri Lanka. They're asking, some time ago, a credit guarantee company was established to support the big entities, but then this person is asking whether we should have another credit guarantee cooperation for SMEs also.
Actually, there are, I think the finance ministry is already setting up this credit guarantee institution. Mr. Takia, you like to say anything about that?
Yeah, so my understanding is there has been no credit guarantee institution except for like supporting export and also the small and medium-sized scale construction. So there is definitely construction guarantee fund in Sri Lanka, but there is no dedicated credit guarantee institution for SMEs in the country.
So there is this question that is about SMEs. This person is asking, how can SMEs help a country to come out of a crisis?
That is very valid question. But you know that SMEs represent a large percentage of the GDP, employment, and also export generation. And also large companies also relies on the SMEs as part of the value chain. And so if the SMEs fails or go bankrupt, then definitely there will be a spillover effect to the larger companies as well. And so that's why we definitely need to support the SMEs. And also the supporting SMEs is not only for the economic reason, but also humanitarian aspect as well, as Ms. Shin highlighted. And so we should also take into consideration this, social aspects of MSMEs in terms of generating quality employment and also what is called the self-realization of women, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Takia. Ms. Simran, I think you can answer this question. This is about MSME deposit insurance. Do you have anything to share about that? This question is basically about whether we should have an MSME deposit insurance scheme.
I'm not so sure about an MSME deposit insurance scheme, but what I can say is that there should definitely be a system which is called an unemployment insurance scheme, because that also does not exist, and it should find a way to be able to bring in the workers as well as the business owners of these MSMEs, because they were the first ones to really fall off the deep end when job losses occurred. And in the absence of, having that kind of an insurance scheme in place for unemployment that you would start to contribute to as you became active in the labor market as a member of an MSME, and then it's also co-financed over time with your employer. And then the state also can come in and provide some sort of credit, is a much more sustainable, self-sustaining mechanism as opposed to systems that we saw across the board, which were more welfare-based cash handouts. I mean, you can go on for eternity and then like we know here in Sri Lanka, there's no cash anymore in many respects. So I think really having that type of foresight and establishing this type of system, whether it's through a provident trust fund or whatever financing, even ADB financing, who knows, but it just needs to have the right design of a system that does not leave anyone behind, because right now any sort of scheme of this nature only captures a small amount of workers and employers within the labor market in many of these South Asian countries that tend to be informal sector workers and MSMEs. So how do we actually get them on the pathway to formalization? Of course, access to financing through formal channels is a great way, but then why not at the same time also include aspects of unemployment insurance built in from the very beginning, should things fail, so that they don't always end up having to rely on state, funding or welfare options to survive, but can actually use that as a way to pick up, whether in the same business or something new thereafter. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Ms. Simbu. I think these two questions, so whatever Mr. Hennaik can answer, because these two questions are relating to the Sri Lankan economic context. Now, in the first question that person is asking, like we have a list of audit firms, or like we have a register of audit firms, should we have a register for SMPs, small and medium practitioners, for SMEs to refer? I think he's relating this question from the viewpoint that SMEs are not approaching audit firms because they fear to engage in audit firms. So in this context, shouldn't we have a list of or register of SME practitioners?
I think this list is already available with the practitioners, so that they can do. Plus also now from our side, where we are registering the consultancy services. So these firms are already available. So it's up to the SMEs to go to them and help them. And maybe our SME development committee will also be able to help them to get in touch with them.
Correct. Professor, there's another question on the Sri Lankan economy again. It is asking, what is the role of the Sri Lankan government to support SMEs at a time like this?
Yeah, now government, now one thing is that they'll be setting up this credit guarantee institution. A lot of the banks, actually this will be taken up in the next session, where the banks are involved, and also they will be able to tell how they will help them.
Right. So those are the questions that are there from the audience. Of course, there are certain other discussions that are going in the chat box. I will not refer to those. So now I would like to move to the vote of thanks. Vote of thanks will be delivered by the Vice President of South Asian Federation of Accountants, the incumbent President of the Chartered Accountants of India, Mr. Nihar Jambusaria. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. President Safa, Mr. Hennaik Bhandara, Chairman of International Relations Committee, Professor Laxman Vatawala, today's two speakers, Mr. Takuya Hosino and Ms. Simran Singh, also Mr. Muhammad Aznan. Let me at the outset compliment, congratulate, and thank Professor Vatawala for taking up the responsibility of organizing Safa MSME Development Conference 2022 at the time when it is the day which is being celebrated as MSME Day, and bringing together so many very renowned faculties who have got hands-on experience in the field of MSMEs and particularly financing the MSMEs. at the time when the world has become, or rather the future has become so incomprehensible because of the pandemic, which comes, goes, and we are expecting even the fourth wave, although the pandemic, the virus has become weaker than ever before. And again, crisis like Ukraine, which makes the world very uncertain and incomprehensible. At such time, it is the duty of every government, every professional accountant to protect the MSMEs. If you look at the data, particularly in the Asian countries, then the data shows that 45% of manufacturing is done by MSMEs, 40% of exports are done by MSMEs. Their contribution in the GDP of Asian countries is around 8%, and around 45% of employment is generated in every country by MSMEs. In such a scenario, MSMEs presence, its survival, and its progress and growth is so important for the economies of the world that we need to give enough attention to MSMEs. If I talk about India, where I stay, even our government set up a dedicated committee on micro, small, medium enterprises, and several schemes have been brought out. Today, we are talking about financing of MSMEs. Our government also, to finance them, a number of subsidy schemes, cheap interest rate loans, and so many other schemes the government has brought out. And today it is the day for all of us to learn from the experts as to how these MSMEs can be helped, in what manner, and how do we ensure that we extend the helping hand to economize to the MSMEs. So with this, let me thank every speaker who spoke today and who is going to speak today, and who is going to guide the professional accountants as to what is the way forward for MSMEs. Thank you so much. I must thank even President Safa, who was instrumental again in encouraging such conferences. And thanks to participants without whose participation this could not have been a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dhammasarya. So with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. As per the agenda, we have about 10 minutes to start the technical session 2. So, Professor, what would you like me to do?
No, I think they are, so we can start technical session 2, Okay. We start.
Let me see. I can see Dr. Chamara is here. Mr. Narayan was, Vikram Narayan is there. My third speaker. Mr. Prakash is not yet here. Mr. Prakash,
no, that's okay. So you can start. He will come, Okay.
All right, okay. So once again, good evening to all of you. Now we are going to start technical session 2. So in technical session 2, actually, I'll be joined by 3 eminent speakers who have vast amount of experience, experiences in SME development. One is a banker, one is a professional, he's a chartered accountant, and he's also a consultant. And the third person is the chairman of the SMP committee. So I would like to first mention that there is no Q&A session in this technical session 2. There will be 3 speeches followed by, there will be 3 speeches, and as per the agenda, there is no Q&A session after 3 speeches, but like what we have done in session 1, if there is any time remaining, we'll take that time to ask the questions. So I also would like to remind you that if you are sending questions, please send the questions under Q&A, not under the chat box. So now I would like to invite Mr. Vikram Narayana, who is the Assistant General Manager of People's Bank Sri Lanka, to talk about the role of the banking sector in restructuring and rehabilitation of SMEs. Mr. Vikram, over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me share my presentation. hope that everyone can see my presentation.
No, not yet, Vikrama. We can see a different screen.
Okay. Now
we can see. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much and good evening, everyone. Not necessary to say that the importance of SME, to see some typical challenges ahead of us simply because the pandemic aftermath, of course, the economic crisis that we are experiencing right now. Obviously, we don't want to see that SMEs are in sick status, obviously. But the fact is given already, and we started with East Sunday attack, and then COVID, and now we are really experiencing a very bad period of the depreciation, and along with the inflationary pressures and the currency depreciation. And obviously, as you know, that since the SME sector is so vulnerable because they are highly dependent on the other segments like the supply chains and the fuel prices, obviously, no chance, of course, they will become sick. But as bankers, we don't want to see this one. But anyhow, it is our sole responsibility to ensure that we come up with some remedial actions to recover them. And of course, if possible, to revive the businesses to become so profitable ventures. And the biggest issue that from the bankers' book is that if these entities become non-performing loans, obviously, our impairment increases so that the bank become vulnerable in terms of profit generation. So that it is no option. The banks will have to come up with some remedial actions to ensure that the SMEs are revived somehow rather, and reclassify the loans as performing loans by helping them. And this is the general definition of a sick business unit. Whereas the entities' debts are more than the assets, and also they become vulnerable in terms of not being able to pay their. That is how we recognize and SME as a sick business unit, and not necessarily SMEs, but corporate also maybe the same story. And there are other definitions, like in India, of course, if an account remains NP and non-performing for more than 3 months, that becomes sick. And also if their net worth is depleting year by year, that also can be recognized as a sick business unit. And then again, we have a clear definition in the Companies Act 2007, where the directors are responsible to see that their balance sheets and the income statements are intact, and in the sense, supposing if their debts are more than the assets, so that is become insolvent up, and so it is their primary duty to ensure the balance sheets and the P&L are par with the market values. So that has to be prepared under IFRS guidelines. So in such cases, if we see and if we recognize that a business unit has become sick, obviously that requires a rehabilitation package. In this context, I would like to discuss the remedial measures that is available for sick business units. Primarily, you can put them into 3 areas from our perspective. The first one is a strategic restructuring. The second one is a financial restructuring. The third one is the legal action, which is the last resort that as a bank will have to take. But we don't want to see that one. We will discuss how best that we can revive before we go to the legal actions. And this has become so vital in today's context because we need to understand the fact that a bank cannot do any financial restructuring unless the business has gone. These are some of the options, not necessarily that business organizations should go into this. It is something that they need to close down some of the operations. And the intention of this particular exercise is basically to see the cash flow improvements, because from our point of view, what we want to see is that there is a cash flow improvement so that the loan can be serviced, and also the other commitment can be serviced without having any issue. So what we see is a kind of a shrinking process during this kind of a period, of course. And also some of the other options like consolidation of operations. Supposing somebody is having large amount of branches, obviously it's very difficult to hold on. So better if they can consolidate their operations and bring into some feasible and kind of peaceful operations. Because when there are large amount of branches, there can be leakages, and also the sales will come down. So better if you can consolidate. And divestiture is also possible, and we have advised in so many cases. Of course, if there are some idle assets which can be sold and partly settle their outstanding, so that the burden will be eased, and also the rest of the loans can be serviceable very easily. And we don't want to propose these things, but you know that when a company is in trouble, of course, these are some of the options only. Apart from that, of course, if they can come up with some new marketing strategies, and nowadays, of course, online marketing and new business operations obviously available, like online businesses. Some of the processes are digitized, and obviously some of these companies have outsourced some of the operations. And there are various methods of bringing the operations into a kind of very controllable situation, thereby they can improve the cash flows. And in certain cases, new organization arrangements, management issues, like they may come down, they may bring down the number of staff so that they can bring down the salary check. It may not be so easy, and we are voluntary retirement schemes are available, but despite, of course, they need to come up with some cash flows to accommodate them. But the layoff of employees, giving some half salaries, because we are experiencing a very bad time. In time to come, most of the private organizations will have to face severe arrangements, which may not be popular, but then again, where they may have to go through. And finally, only the liquidation, which I don't want to mention here, but that is also yet another, I would say, a feasible option, because if anything is not possible, of course, if there is a possibility of the liquidation, but I understand the fact that when the economic crisis has happened, of course, liquidation also not possible. It's a general term that we can say, but it's very hard. But at this point of time, some diversification is not advisable in certain cases, I would say, because when there is economic crisis, what happens is that going into some other business may not be so advisable. But within the context of business, of course, they can do something new, like that online arrangements, and they can differentiate their business strategies. Those things are available. But these things may be advised by the banks as well, given the SMEs are under stress, because as bankers, traditionally we were lending only, but right now it is not only lending, but advisory also very much important. In certain cases, the bankers may not be able to advise in such cases. Of course, this is where the SMPs or somebody else should come together to help these people to revive their businesses before they go to a banking restructuring. And these are the options available from the banker's point of view: restructuring, rescheduling, rehabilitation. And something called composite settlement also possible, like if somebody feels that they can settle the entire thing at a lower amount of money rather than the outstanding, they can negotiate with the banks. Like, for an example, if there is a loan outstanding for a longer period, if they can negotiate with the bank for an interest settlement, interest waiver, and also plus in certain cases capital write-off, of course, it's possible, provided the loan outstanding cannot be settled for any reason, even after auctioning the properties. These are some of the options, but it's not the case that we need to discuss today. We don't want to see the liquidation, we don't want to see the composite settlement, but we would like to rather get away with the problem, or go along with the problem by restructuring, rescheduling, and rehabilitation. So my focus will be mainly on the rehabilitation, but before that, restructuring is something available, and even right now it's available. And in time to come, the central bank will issue guidelines to make the bankers very comfortable in making much more comfortable for the customers by restructuring. Restructuring is the best possible way to get out of the problem. Thereby, what happens is that we will extend the repayment period for another couple of months or years based on the cash flows. Because the challenge is for bankers right now, everybody should understand we have to make some assumptions to develop projected cash flows, which is really challenging right at this moment. We don't know what's going to happen in next month or next 6 months even. Typically, the loan is in the performance section right at this moment. Our intention is to ensure the loan is not going to be transferred to the NPL, so that our NPL position will be improved from our point of view. For the customer also, he will not be recorded as so bad in the credit report, so that the customer can enjoy the continuous relationship with the bank. But unfortunately, when we do a couple of restructuring, that our impairment will be increased. So the bankers are reluctant to do so as a result of that. But if there is no option, we may have to do it. So that's about the restructuring. And reschedulement is very popular, that everybody knows. Of course, there what happens is that we go further down. If a loan is transferred to NPL, we may try to ease the covenants and also the extend the repayment period. And also we may negotiate with the customer to bring down the rate of interest, and we may look at some securities also. And thereby what happens is that we try to ensure the customer is very comfortable in terms of repayment, repaying their loans in time to come. But again, we may have to, as bankers, we may have to ensure there is a cash flow. The thing is, if there is no cash flow, of course, it's very difficult to get the approval internally, and there's no logic in it if there is no cash flow. So we have to make some projections. Again, the problem is this is a very challenging period for us to do some projections, because in this case we have to forget about the past. We will primarily focus in the on the future, so that we have to see a foreseeable future. So then only we can do the reschedulement. But today the biggest focus is rehabilitation. What's rehabilitation? Basically, it's a set of activities for a financially distressed enterprise to become so competitive and productive. And then again, he will be revived. The customer will be revived in the economy, so that they will be a potentially good customer back again. And recently, the central bank has issued guidelines to establish revival unit on all the commercial banks, and the guidelines are very clear. And we, of course, the People's Bank has established a particular unit 1 year before, and it's been operated very successfully, because we have undertaken large amount of SIG business units for revival, not necessarily SMEs, but also the corporates including. And if you just look at the scope of the rehabilitation, they need to be feasible. This is the biggest challenge. They need to be feasible. Currently may not be, or potentially, because this is where that the bank and the customer sit together and develop the projections. So the biggest problem is that the customer has to come up with a business plan. So this is where the SMPs or somebody else can help them to develop their business revival plan to submit to the bank with positive cash flows. These customers may be in the performing section or non-performing section. That's all right. But one condition is a must. They should not be willful defaulters. And I don't think the central bank has very clearly expressed that the willful defaulters should not be rehabilitated. But then again, that we have experienced a large amount of customers who are running at a negative net worth right now. So what do we do with this negative net worth? Of course, our bank has a concern, or rather come up with a proposal, say that if they can improve the negative net worth into a kind of a feasible proposition, then we should be able to undertake that. If they can, if the bank can positively look at some cash flows are coming up, despite there is a negative net worth, or if they can come up with some additional securities, if they can infuse some additional capital, or else if they can come up with some partners or investors to bring some additional to negate the negative net worth, of course, then the bankers can help. Now here you must be asking, how can a SIG business unit bring some additional capital? But the fact is that these people may have large amount of debts rather than the capital infusion. So it's a win-win proposition where that they also bring certain amount of money as capital. Then again, the bank also will come as a consortium of bank. Remember, at this point, these people who have gone into trouble may have bank loans from different banks. If you just look at the why they should be, there are two reasons. One is the internal reasons, the other one is the external reasons. But the central bank has very clearly said this is because of the COVID and after this economic crisis, the main reason. But we as a bank see more than that, internal and external. One is the inadequacy of equity funds and seed capital. As a startup was when they started, of course, they would have brought certain amount of capital, but by the time right now, the capital is not sufficient. And technical problems, you know, that there are various technical issues, and the commercial pressure and demand supply issues may would have posed the problem, and managerial issues, and then again financial factors such as cost overrun is very much evident in most of the projects. I'm talking about some of the projects which have been started, like construction. And when there is a time overrun, obviously the cost overrun goes along with that. And I have seen a lot of new startup. Of course, there is much time taken to start the commercial operations by the time they are in trouble. So anything else, these are some internal things, of course, but obviously if you just look at the external things, there are various issues that I am not going to go through, and which are some of them are really beyond the control of the customer even. So if you just look at the rehabilitation process, these are the steps that we can undertake: identification of the business unit and hand-holding stage and preparation of the scheme, and then again monitoring the progress and application of non-financial methods. How do we identify? And financially, technically, and also because of the reasons, we can identify whether the customer is in what stage. Is he in the early stages, or is he has gone into the NPL right now? Is he sick right now? So that once again, once we understand the position of the customer, if the customer has not gone into a sick, but we have got enough early warning signals to understand the customer is going to be an NPL customer or a sick business unit, so that we should apply hand-holding stage. So it is an intermediary stage before it goes into the NPL category. So what are these things? Delay in commencement of the commercial operations if it is more than 6 months, and which is beyond the control of the promoters. Like, this is something that we are experiencing right now. And then again, company has incurred a lot of losses during the first couple of periods, and expected capacity utilization has not been driven. So there had been a lot of problems of operations. So this is where that somebody needs hand-holding support for a project like that, because during which period the bank can come up and help them to restructure the loan or extend the repayment period and give some further grace periods to ensure that they will complete the project and complete the operations and then start the commercial operations, so that they will revive. And also the other issue is that even though that they start the commercial operations, the cash flows will not be as projected because of the economic crisis. So during which period that the bankers need to help them to revive. And this is what we call the hand-holding period before it becomes sick. If I take a few minutes to look at the rehabilitation process, there are obviously 10 stages. Assessment of the project feasibility, which is the most cumbersome exercise to know exactly whether there will be positive cash flows. And then we have to look at the additional funds required. Probably, mostly, I would say the working capital. And then based on that, we have to develop the cash flow estimates. And by this time, as I told you earlier on, even that the customer would have borrowed from other banks and some others as well. So it has to be a consortium of banks that get together and try to help the customer. Otherwise, one bank cannot alone help these customers, so that every bank should understand, since the central bank has given very clear guideline, so that the bankers can get together and help the customer. Of course, the marketing arrangement and debt moratorium, and if there is possible of arrangement of recovery of overdues by disposing some unwanted or some additional assets. These are some of the things that we can bring him back to the stage. And also, by the time we have to make some arrangement with the other financial institution, what we do is practically, if I say, we ask them to get some letters from the other bank also to know that the other bank also supporting him, so that one bank cannot alone ensure that the revival process is so successful. And also we have to ensure the management performance is going to be back on the stage, and we have to make a commitment. We have to get a commitment from them, and thereafter the bankers will come up with restructuring, rescheduling, and interest waivers, concessions, and granting additional funding. Oh, these are the techniques that we use basically for rehabilitation. If you look at the rehabilitation process, of course, the number one is develop information system. We need to agree with the customer what are the reports that we are going to exchange in between. So timely, we need certain reports. Remember that this is a sick business unit which is going to be rehabilitated, so that information is very important. In certain cases, the bank may have to deploy an employee in the company to ensure the feasible operations, because if the gravity or rather if the sickness is so heavy, the bank involvement would be much higher. And during which process, of course, we need to review the performance, because if there are any deviations, we have to make some remedial actions further down. And this is not an easy task of rehabilitation, because we need to understand the customer is of course sick. That is why this is something very new to the industry, because so far what we have been doing is like restructuring and reschedulement only. The rehabilitation, or as the central bank very clearly say, revival is something very heavy work for bankers, because the bankers' involvement will be so heavy. And again, there are certain businesses where you need non-financial methods as well, like getting hold of investors, partners, or selling the properties, something like that. If investment banking arm is helping the particular bank, or if there is a investment bank arm or investment bank attached to the bank, it would be very helpful to do a kind of a non-financial rehabilitation technique, because this is something beyond the commercial bankers operations, because basically the bankers are into debt financing. Sometimes the customer may need equity financing and other arrangements in large scale. I'm talking about not only SME but also the corporates. So this is the area where the investment banking arm may try to come and help. If you just look at the whole process, you can put that into three areas. Stage one is the whole process where identify a unit and help them, and if further deteriorate, and then you start the rehabilitation. The situation two may be you exactly no need to go into rehabilitation. With the hand holding stage, you can stop it. Of course, the situation three may be you undertake a sick business unit where that you have to straight away go into the preparation of the rehabilitation scheme rather than going into hand holding stage, and thereafter apply the other techniques of rehabilitation. So this is the whole process in a nutshell. And since the given time is limited, I just try to brief what this basically the rehabilitation process is all about as far as the central bank guidelines are given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ikram. Thank you very much for that detailed presentation. We learned a lot. I can see a lot of questions have come in. I'm sure before we end the session, a lot of further questions will come. So now I would like to turn to Dr. Chamara Bandara. Dr. Chamara Bandara is a chartered accountant by profession. He is the CEO of Corporate Doctors Private Limited, member of CME Sri Lanka COVID-19 SME Development Committee. Dr. Chamara will talk about cash flow and the working capital management for SMEs. Over to you, Dr. Chamara.
Thank you, Ruchira, your introduction. I think let me allow to share my presentation. Other one has to take sharing. Yeah.
Vikrama, you may have to remove the screen sharing.
Yeah.
And also, Vikram, there are some questions that have come relating to what we have spoken about. So if you have some time, why don't you answer those questions if it is possible before we come to the Q&A session?
This
Yeah.
visible?
Yeah,
Ruchira?
we can see it, Dr. Abra. Yeah.
Right, great. Can I start?
Yeah, you can start, yes.
Right, once again, thank you, Ruchira and CMA and Safa inviting me for this valuable session. I remember we have conducted the same session, I think the last year, the same month, same day. At the time, the pandemic was so severe and that's a crisis it was. Right now, crisis is completely different, but severe than before. So therefore, my topic that I'm going to discuss today, cash flow and working capital management for SMEs. Even though categorically we mention SMEs here, but it's relevant for many businesses, any businesses, small, medium, micro business, etc. So today, the discussion or the presentation mainly focus on business that, of course, having trouble mainly due to the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. So presentation is prepared based on that. I think that makes some sense rather talking about in general, specifically that is specific purpose that I prepared this presentation. So let me continue with this one. Right, so why it is important for SMEs? Now, we know that we are talking about SMEs very much in Sri Lanka. I think the CMA took that challenge during that last 2-3 years. It became a kind of a trend here in Sri Lanka. People are talking about SMEs. That's very important. So SMEs is important. Yes, this presentation, not only for SMEs, for any business, but nevertheless, my discussion is much critical for SMEs because SMEs are facing severe difficulties. It is crucial for them because less resources and less reserves. Compared to large organizations, SMEs are recognized. They are having less resources and reserves. And when it comes to resources, technology, maybe the knowledge, that is what we talk about, asymmetric information, SME owners are having or business leaders are having. So that's what it is the problem with SMEs. That's what is critical. And also, they are the immediate victims of economic crisis. What we can see when it comes to, kind of a collapsing of economy, they are the first victims of the crisis, immediate victims. So therefore, this is very important. Now, I'm trying my best to talk about how we can survive your business through this economic crisis. So therefore, business survival is the key factor in all discussion. So SMEs are here, maybe business leaders and entrepreneurs are joined this forum, might understand that this particular session is not talking about the growth of your business, how to survive your business in this severe economic crisis. In future that we are going to face maybe tougher situation, how we can get ourselves ready, prepared for those situations. So therefore, when it comes to SMEs or business analysis, there could be a business that has been affected already due to internal reasons, internal shocks, right? That is a disaster for chronic financial disease business, right? No financial stimulations are available for those. Now, there are two types again I mentioned. Before the crisis, before the pandemic, they were not doing well, right? So these are chronically diseased businesses. In addition to them, there's another segment, they were doing well. But still, because of this pandemic and the economic crisis, they are facing a tough time. So therefore, SMEs can be categorized, business categorized into different segments. Right. That we know past researchers that happen in the world recognize why SME mainly fail, because there's a reason. So why? Business is dominated by 1 or 2%, but compared to large organization, it might be having the board of directors, a few members of the board, maybe a few owners of the organization. So then therefore thoughts and ideas and collective responsibility and management is an advantage compared to SME business, because SME business is 1 or 2 persons. lack of business management experience. This is another one important thing. Though they start their business, small business, they haven't had before the business experience, managerial experience. Sometimes some people would have worked for some of the big organization, but nevertheless, managing the business is critical. Therefore, experience is matters. It doesn't mean that without experience, we should not start a business. We must start a business. But I'm trying to say, when it comes to risk analysis, having less experience or no experience, starting a business is a bit of a risky. Or less knowledge in financial management practice. And the topic is that when it comes to SME especially, they don't bother about, they don't consider the importance of the financial management practice. Sometimes they don't know, even they know it, but they don't want to practice those things due to various reasons. Owners are unaware of importance of good financial practices. That's another thing, that they are unaware. There are people they know, but they don't want to practice good financial management practices. But there are entrepreneurs, they don't know importance of good financial management practices. So therefore, that's these kind of seminars, webinars important for them to make them aware importance of the financial management practices for their business. Now, how do we recognize having a poor financial management practices, or the financial, or the organization is running right now, but having difficulties that they don't know what exactly the reason? Probably the mostly in the world, the entrepreneurs of that nature try to or tend to blame third party, external parties of their failure, whereas internally they are not well organized, they are not practicing good practices compared to successful organization. When it comes to SMEs and small micro businesses, no demarcation between the business and the personal life. So no demarcation. Most probably they think the business and they are the same party, right? But whereas they should think the business and the owners are two different persons when it comes to business dealings, but they don't look at that angle. There's no segregation between them. The common thing that what we have seen in a kind of a business in a failure category, no up-to-date accounting records. Most of the businesses, they don't have up-to-date accounting records. So that is backlogs are creating. So that's a severe, difficulty, serious difficulty of getting taking decisions based on scientific manner like accounting data. We don't have that one. No budget and cash flow planning. If there are no accounting, definitely they don't do budgeting and cash flow planning. And most of these organizations are issuing post-dated checks. You can see there are various excuses for that, but nevertheless, issuing post-dated checks is a kind of a risky transaction that you are doing. So this having a poor financial management practices in that topic, issuing post-dated checks is not acceptable. Use business money for personal use. But this is normally commonly we can see when it comes to small business, SME businesses, they use owners use business money for their personal use. They don't understand. So this is the business, as I was telling you even sometimes back, when they think like, if you get 1,000 rupees from a customer, they think that's money belongs to them. No, sometimes they will only earn 10% of 1,000 rupees, but they think that 1,000 rupees is their money. Likewise, this attitude is matters when it comes to financial management and business management of SME company. Like everyday busy work writing checks. You have seen some, business, small business, they all every day they are writing checks. It means that they are very busy. They don't have time to think of the company's growth, the business growth, always writing checks, administrative works. So it means that, or they don't know the importance of these internal controls and financial management practices, etc. So these are the kind of some symptoms that you can see when it comes to SME business, any failure businesses, or that tend to be fail, having these symptoms are common for everyone. Now I'm coming to this one. Now I said some common reasons that why that the company doesn't have proper financial management practices. If so, there could be kind of practices, bad practices, the company. Now look at this with the crisis. Now we are facing economic and the financial crisis in Sri Lanka. Now how we can identify symptoms of our business leading to a business crisis. Now economic crisis, that is a external factor, that force is coming externally. Before this crisis, we were talking about mainly the internal reasons are the major that is occurring every day. Maybe common reason is internal reason, but recent past that one external force is that fact is that COVID. Now in Sri Lanka, particularly economic crisis. Let's look at symptoms how we can see when it comes to your business is going to a financial business crisis, how we can mitigate, how we can prevent this crisis late in this discussion. Right, now we can see when it comes to symptom, you know that due to this particular financial economic crisis, look at your business, is there a decline in trend in revenue and profit? Look at clearly, categorically. It doesn't mean that sometimes maybe generally if the business was declining in the past, but maybe sometimes due to crisis, maybe accelerated more than before. Look at that one, it's a decline. Then the increase in trend in bank overdraft. Look at that one, right? So whether increasing trend in bank overdraft, so that's another reason. Continuing the appearance of day-to-day liquidity problem. Are you facing day-to-day liquidity problem? If you're facing it before crisis, it's a chronic disease in your business, but nevertheless, look at that way, even due to this crisis that you are facing this day-to-day difficulty of paying bills, salaries, and working capital management issues in the business. Say unpaid loans and salaries, these loans are getting arrears. As the banker said before, bank is trying their best to help SMEs and the businesses to recover from this crisis, their loan default. So likewise, look at through yourself, like your business, all of a sudden that you can't pay loans and then the salaries are getting arrears, that unpaid salaries are there. Aging of debtors and creditors, naturally, when the business in that turmoil, so definitely aging of debtors, right? Collection of debtors is delaying, and so payment to the creditors also getting disturbed. It means that we won't able to pay creditors. If there are symptoms like that, right? So we can look at that because of this economic crisis, that's slightly or seriously affecting our business. So non-financial impact, let's talk about. Unhappy suppliers don't respond positively. It's like, economic crisis, what we face in Sri Lanka. For us to even import fuel from overseas, they don't give you. Why? Suppliers are getting, disturbed. We haven't paid before. They're outstanding, maybe 6-7 months outstanding there. And also I heard, I saw the news article yesterday, even on cash basis, they don't want to supply fuel. Likewise, business also having the same situation. Compare that economic situation to your business. Comes when you are in a financial, you are in financially down, that you are not regularly pay your suppliers. Suppliers won't respond to you positively. Even they respond to you positively, but they can't sell on credit. They don't sell their goods on credit. And the cash, even the cash, sometimes you might have to look at when you buy things on cash, quality inputs that you are buying from the supply. So that's one reason you can see the situation of the business that is, it's a riskier, that suppliers are not responding positively, unhappy. Production delay, no need to tell. In case the production delay is happening, that means that system or the crisis is affecting a bit seriously, that you can't do the production continuously daily, right? Unhappy employees and key staff resignation. If employees are unhappy, very chaotic situation of the business, salaries are not paid, right? Key staff resignations, it's happening. Likewise, the situation is the company is that first. So the unhappy employees and staff resignation is the matter that we must address. Unhappy customers, we don't provide them delivery, supplying goods on time when they ask goods that you don't have. So therefore, I think the relationship between you and the customer is getting disturbed due to this situation. Look at that angle also, very critical. You disturb your customers, suppliers, and employees, three categories, three parties, suppliers, employees, and customers are key parties. So if they are getting disturbed, look at seriously. With this chaotic situation, the business is under stress, financially distressed company. So therefore, the owners, the business leaders, right? Business leaders, always has to face compliance issues, right? Managing situations, circumstances. They have to face those kind of things like, compliance issues, red notices, penalties, various phone calls attending, pressure from outside, bankers, people who are given money, customer complaint, suppliers are calling, that it's a bit of a, situation of your organization that unbearable sometimes. Your peace of mind is gone. So look at, if that is the case, that's a critical right now. So how we can address with this situation, it blocks your creativity and innovation. Now you are not free for thinking of the growth of the business. That is blocked by various issues in the business. So now, if these are the kind of end of this symptoms list, if there's a situation like that in your business, you have to address it carefully and straight away and immediately. So best thing is that to meet a consultant, or otherwise talk to your bank manager, or maybe that they will direct to a head office. You have to get advice how you can get revived your business. If you act in advance before things became so worse, sometimes bank will you advise, bank will respect you also. Your integrity is matter for the bank. Bank will advise and support you how to revive your business, as the past presentation, that immediate presentation that said that 10 points, like 10 stages of business recovery. So it means that banks are supporting for you. So don't wait, right? Go and meet them. That's very, very important. Now, given time is that limited, so let me take this subject into the topic in this manner: managing a business in an economic crisis, SME. So now we have to look at, we do understand we are facing an economic crisis. It's going to be worse in future. That is sure. Good example is that India has given 4 billion loan. It's a credit line. So we have consumed everything. That means we spend much on fuel. Once that, if you compare the economy, the country as a business, right? It's a bank or someone has given you a loan, you have consumed it fully, $4 billion US. You did not get any revenue. You did not get your cash flow enriched. It's gone. So then if you are in a situation like that, mean you haven't addressed the problem. You haven't addressed the problem. If you have addressed the problem, you know how to manage your resources and spending, consumption of your business. It means that, so they don't understand the gravity of the problem. Likewise, it affects the business the same. If a bank given loans over loans, if you have consumed everything, it doesn't give you revenue generation. It did not help your cash flow. It means you are going to face a severe crisis in future. So that situation, we should have an action plan. Immediate action plan we should prepare. I'm talking about the business, not the country. Even country should have immediate action plan. I don't see. So business should have an action plan. What this action plan should have? Minimum thing. Remember, keep your accounting data up to date and accurate. This is very, very important. For us to take decision, we should have data, statistics. I remember that Prime Minister was telling he doesn't have information. It means that when an economy or the business is collapsing, most businesses, they don't have proper accounting data. But we can't give an excuse for that. We must have accurate accounting data, up-to-date account data. Remember to update those. If you haven't done updating the accounts, you must start doing it. If there's a backlog, immediately you have to clear the backlog, get your data ready, because we have to take decisions now. Second one, a rapid impact assessment in short and medium-term financials. So now the crisis, linking your business with the Sri Lankan economic crisis, we can't think so long. We have to think short and immediately, how we can react quickly. So that's very important. Let's look at that one. So we have to assess the impact. That is a rapid assessment. We have to do that one. I think we have discussed this thing when it comes to COVID pandemic also. Assessment, the damage assessment to be done, right? Likewise, a rapid impact assessment to be done in short-term, medium-term financial, based on financial terms. So what we should do? Need preparation and updating of a business plan. If you have already done a business plan, you have to update it. If you don't have a business plan, the right time to have a business plan. Business plan means not that comprehensive before you start a business, or whatever you have, right? Including the business plan. So if you have a problem of business plan preparation, meet a consultant, talk to a friend of yours, right? They will advise you. If you Google search, you can find business plan. Get one of those at least, get someone support, maybe consultant support and the accountant support, right? Have a business plan. If you have a business plan ready to update it. Then the budgets and the forecast, definitely we must do. Your organization should definitely keep on the budgetary controls, and the forecast is very, very important. Then you have to analyze, recognize downturns in your market where you are selling it, your products and services. Is there a downturn? Your competitors are also in the same situation what you face. If your competitors are not facing that situation, means something wrong with you. Impact on suppliers and customers to be assessed. Impact on your human capital, especially. As I said to you before, they shouldn't be unhappy. Communicate with them openly, meet them regularly. Not only is employees, customers, suppliers should have proper communication when there's a crisis. If you don't communicate with the parties, various informal communication, informal messages will send across. It's happening in Sri Lanka economy is also same. There's no proper coordination, informal, messages. It's going through various people, so it becomes a kind of a situation, an issue. Supply chain destruction, ensure whether your supply chain destruction is destructing your supply chain. Apply worst case scenario in forecasting financials, right? Worst case scenario, if you can apply and see if this happen in the worst case, so how am I going to recover my business? So action plan is continuing. Let me look at what's right. Action plan, Richard, you can disturb me 1 or 2 minutes before the time comes, okay?
Sure, Dr. Sure.
Right, thank you. So action plan, I continue. So monthly cash flow planning, a month ahead. Remember to prepare your cash flow plan or the budgeting. I'm talking about, what is the available cash right now. You have available cash amount of this much. You must know how to spend the available cash in next month. For an example, say you have to pay another supplier totaling 1 million rupees, but you can't pay 1 million. What you can do is you have to build a good relationship. So for that, you have to pay at least in the next month 100,000 to build a relationship, trust. He knows that you never default, but you don't pay because of you are in a situation, right? So keep that rapport and the relationship with your suppliers, even the banks also. Always have to communicate with the banks, your bank manager, credit officer, suppliers, customers, employees. Communication is a kind of a very, very important or powerful tool in a crisis. So therefore, cash flow plan has to be prepared, how much to be paid for your suppliers, etc., to be determined. And also, so this preparation, you understand the next month, how much I should collect from my outstanding debtors. So you can give some direction to your collecting people of debts from credit from your customers. Next month, I need to have 5 million, whereas in my outstanding list, it has 50 million. So then I can have a very clear direction. So I need to have at least 5 million to be collected. So therefore, this cash flow planning is critical and very important. So as I said before, relationship with the suppliers, negotiating favorable payment terms, very, very important. If you have in rapport, the good understanding, good relation with your suppliers, they will help you, right? That's a human being, they will help you. So take that advantage, talk to them, get some, payment terms relaxed, right, for the time being. For you to do that one, you should have proper plan. Right, your business plan is there. You know exactly what's going to happen. Right, you have gone into the worst case scenario analysis, so you can directly and define yourself to your suppliers and get the favorable payment term. Remember next, normally I use the word credit committee, weekly credit committee meeting with your key staff to assess your debt collection. Normally this credit committee meeting, when it comes to large organization, don't worry, use any term. Get your people together every week, right, to analyze, discuss about your status of your debtors. What are the problems they face? What the recommendation or what the feedback they got from when they are collecting or calling them for debt collection. This is a regular and meeting should be advisable every month, every week. So having that one, you understand there are some customers purposefully, they don't pay. Then you have to go the next step. There are various legal action to be taken, immediate action to be taken, right? You have to do that one, right? If you are having a good relation with the customers, they definitely will pay you. The same problem sometimes they also face, but because of the relationship, because of your following up weekly, so you will get some money from your debtors. Next important thing is minimize operational expenses to an extreme level. This is a crisis, right? Now I do ride a bicycle, go shopping, supermarket shopping, go to various other places, right, with my bicycle. Now that's because of fuel issue, right? We have to change our lifestyle. We should not talk, but we have to action. We have to take action. So likewise, you minimize. Even we discussed this time. So why do we print reports now? Why clients want report from us printed form? Why we can't digitalize them? So therefore, printing cost, paper cost, various other costs can be minimized. Go to that minimum level, extreme level of reducing your operational expense. Cut down all non-essential expenses. Remove all less expensive operational activities. Expensive operational activities. What is wrong? Take off all expensive operational activities. Make it simple, viable. Change your life pattern, lifestyle. Right? So that was very important. If you're using a car, it runs for 5-6 kilometers per liter, go for another car. There are, right? Look at different various ways. Status and ego should not take you away from your business, because you have to survive your business. That is a mantra here. We have to survive your business. Next 7 point, very, very important. Continue price review. We have to review the price continuously. Because why? Price escalation. There are difficulties of input, getting supply. So now when it comes to price revision, remember all will go with one particular aspect. We have to increase the price. I don't think that's the correct one. Rather increasing, look at your margins. Look at your margins of your business. When it comes to finance statements, look at your gross profit margin, look at your bottom line, so what's the net profit margin. If they are having some considerable amount, let it go for a while up to a certain amount. If you're having your net profit margin, say 15%, let it go 5%. Happy with 10%, keep the price intact, the same price before. Why? Because you have to respect your customers and you have to remain those customers. That's the one aspect. Second aspect, that all others are trying to increase the price. Keep a policy that you don't increase the price the way that they increase. You increase a marginal, very small amount of the price that increment. It means that you can remain your customers as well as other customers will shift to your business. That's a good business strategy also. The right time to get more business into your business, more customers into your business. Therefore, critically review your pricing policies. Don't based on the market or maybe that sentimental issues when it comes to pricing. We must increase the price. Don't get narrow and short-term advantage. Look at broader way. Reduce inventory. Normally we advise if your cash is held in inventory, remember to reduce to inventory. Sell it. No point of keeping them in the inventory is costly, because you have to pay overdraft interest, various other loans are held in them in the inventory. Doesn't make any sense. Reduce the price, release them to the market. Short-term strategies to boost sales. Very, very important. Short-term strategies to boost sales. Don't ever stop spending on marketing and sales, right? Whereas you can look at different way, cost-effective marketing channel. Now, for example, say you have a distribution channel. Sometimes future, you don't have your own distribution channel. You can get very good few employees who are working with you to have their own business through your company. Let them run their business through you. Let them do the delivery of your products to them. Like there could be various other methods you can use to reduce marketing and distribution expenses, but it doesn't mean that you should not stop. Use a digital marketing, social media, various other form of marketing tactics and tools, strategies, and the online sales also another way of looking at it. So think differently when it comes to boost sales in your business. Next one, explore financing options. Explore financing options. So what I recommend here, new investor. Nowadays, you can't go to a bank because interest rate is very high. That is naturally the economy that we should have high interest rates, and the bank should do that one. They have done it. So very high. Therefore, best option, if you're so struggling to survive your business, that you don't have money to invest in your business, remember to look at some other option. One is that new investor. Get one of your maybe customer, if that is a B2B business, into your business as a shareholder. Maybe a supplier. You can offer things to supplier, right? So kind of investment. So there could be various ways that you can attract new investor or sell idle assets. If there are idle assets in the business, no use of keeping them. Remove, dispose means sell it and get some money and invest in your business, or settle some loan outstanding dues. Finally, remember to talk to an experienced consultant, right? That's very, very important. Talk to them, talk to the bankers, right? That you're not going to lose anything. Rather, you are getting value addition support from them. So finally, talk to experienced consultant. Having this plan, action plans, execution. So what will happen? Our working capital, right, is get managed properly. It doesn't disturb. That's about to come. So our working capital doesn't get disturbed because of this action plan. Therefore, this cycle, there's a cash cycle in our business, it get reduced, and business doesn't make much severe situation. But we are ready to face the problem that is coming to us very serious in future, right? Next one, this working capital management. If you manage your business that way through the action plan, your working capital is managed properly. If you manage working capital properly, it means that your profitability of the company will stay at the same, or it increase considerably. Therefore, working capital management that you have to look at when it comes to crisis like this. So it's very critical. I think, having I said those things, let me wind up the session having this manner. Overall financial management practices you should have, irrespective of the crisis or not, right? To update accounting data, account record is very, very important. Budgetary controls, it's very important to have a successful business. And regular business performance review. What I say, having prepared your account doesn't mean anything for you unless you review them regularly, right? Regularly. So therefore, regular review is very, very important. Then we can understand future potential issues and the problems, right? So therefore, reviewing is very, very important. Having those doesn't enough, and you have to get effective decision making and implementation. Having decision doesn't enough unless you implement them quickly. So during this situation, those things are very, very important. Having I said that, so whether your business in trouble or not, these practices are very important. But nevertheless, we know that we are facing economic crisis. Get yourself, your business ready to face the crisis. Therefore, preparation of an action plan is very important. Thank you, Ruchira.
Thank you, Dr. Chamara. Although it has gone a little beyond the time, I'm sure the audience would have listened to your presentation with interest. Thank you, Dr. Chamara, for sharing your experiences. I know in your presentations, you are sharing your experiences through research and consultancy practices. Thank you very much again for sharing your views and also giving us solutions. Now, I would like to move to the chairman of the SMP Committee of Safa, Chartered Accountant Prakash Sharma. He is a Chartered Accountant of India. So Mr. Prakash will talk to us about the role of SMPs to support the SME sector, especially the role of SMP committee. I'm sure he would talk about SMP committee, role of SMP committee Safa to support the SME sector. Over to you, Mr. Prakash.
Good evening, friends. Before I start my session, my first sincere request to all of you friends, my colleagues, friends, we attended lots of seminar conferences in different platforms. Particularly, I just attended in the month of April another IFEC seminar for 3 days. I was physically present in USA, but believe it, the seminar was minute to minute. My sincere request to all of you, please, friends, from next time we should have a strong policy that we should follow time management, which is most important thing, because we professionals, give value of our time, and time is very important. So it's my personal advice and request to all of you, from next time, please, we should follow time management. Anyway, I'm indeed very happy to be here amidst all of you at the Safa SME Development Conference 2022 on supporting small businesses in financial and cost management to celebrate United Nations Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Day. We are very much aware that SMEs are very crucial to the health, stability and sustainable economic growth of both developed and developing countries. It is well recognized that professional accountants are often the preferred source of advice for SMEs, typically forming long-term relationships founded on trust. SMEs can provide a range of high-quality professional services to their SMEs clients, including audit and assurance and expert business advisory services. The General Assembly of United Nations, recognizing the importance of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, decided to declare 27 June as the Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Enterprises Day to raise public awareness of their contribution to sustainable development. And I am glad that we at Safa are celebrating the 5th anniversary of MSME Day. In developed countries, SMEs are playing very vital role, but in developing countries, role of SMEs are still not very significant due to different challenges. India's goal of becoming a $5 trillion economy won't be an easy one without the contribution of the micro, small, and medium businesses. There are over 66 lakhs MSMEs registered on the Udyam portal, of which 95% are micro enterprises and 0.5% are medium firms as per the Economic Survey 2021-22 in India. You can see the importance of it. Inadequate and timely access to cheaper credit continues to remain the biggest challenge for the sector and has restricted its growth. As per the IBA report of India, total commercial lending exposure in India stood $919.06 billion as of June 20, of which the MSME segment holds only 25.27% of the total lending, amounting to $232 billion of credit exposure. There is a credit gap of over $219 million, which outstrips the availability of supply of finance from the formal sector. To say that coronavirus pandemic is one of the major catastrophes of the 21st century may not be an exaggeration. The COVID-19 pandemic has in many ways changed the way businesses are engaging with their stakeholders. Among its key impact is on acceleration of adoption of technology. COVID-19 has revolutionized way companies, forcing them to completely rethink the way they work. What with home working, the digitization of tools and the redesign of internal process, digitization is no longer a strategic issue. It has become a real matter of survival. While COVID-19 has generated many challenges, it is also a catalyst for businesses as well as SMPs to transform. It has pushed many SMPs out of their comfort zones to embrace digital and consider new businesses models to create business value for their clients. Now, it is more important than ever for SMPs to begin with their digitization journey and future-proof their practices to adopt new challenges and demand from their clients. We are well aware that more than 95% of enterprises across the world are SMEs, accounting for approximately 60% of private sector employment and contributing significantly to countries' gross domestic product. SMEs are crucial to the health, stability, and sustainable economic growth of both developed and developing economies. Smaller accountancy firms, also known as small medium-sized practices, are the most trusted advisors to the small business community and provide a crucial lifeline to the sector vulnerable to business failure and poor governance. Small and medium-sized enterprises are crucial to the future economic and social prosperity, and stability of any country. Due to their inherent characteristics and their structure, they are relying heavily on the advice from their trusted advisors. Small and medium-sized accounting practices play this vital role in supporting SMEs through the provision of a range of highly qualified professional services. One of the many key functions of SMPs and their organizations for SMEs is to watch over and help support a political and economic environment in which SMEs can develop well. SMP accountants are playing a leading role in transforming SMEs into robust businesses which behave technically, ethically, and responsibly. As trusted advisors, they can guide clients through complex reporting frameworks, carbon accounting, and waste reduction, helping them become both economically and environmentally sustainable. SMEs have unique characteristics that set them apart from large businesses. An important characteristic is that most of their business relations are based on intimate and highly personal cooperation and mutual trust. Hence, SMPs need to provide services tailored to the individual needs of SMEs, their stakeholders, and the users of their financial and NFI. SMPs who are SMEs themselves and are equipped with expertise and insights gained from multiple SME clients are best placed to do this. SMPs are, as professional, are required to comply with high standards of integrity and competence embodied in strict ethical codes and educational requirements. In the provision of provisional services to their clients, SMPs are required to apply professional standards. This helps ensure SMPs provide consistently high quality services. As has been informed by President Safa, Safa had set up a small and medium practices committee at Safa level to initiate and augment efforts on ensuring that the region-specific concern of SMPs, SMEs of South Asian region are considered at appropriate forum to address the special and differential needs of the region. This year I am chairing the Safa SMP committee and also associated as technical advisor with the IFAC SMP advisory group. I am glad to inform that at Safa SMP committee is planning to organize training program workshops for building digital competency of SMPs this year for building digital competency of SMPs. We are at the Safa SMP committee are also planning to bring a document on new avenues for SMPs. I would also like to inform that I am also the chair of committee for members in practice of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which has taken a number of initiatives for SMPs in India. The committee to empower SMPs has taken an initiative to arrange to provide digital audit tools to the practicing chartered accountants so they are at par with the bigger firms in terms of the technology to conduct the audit in much effective way. Friends, within few months, 5G technology will be playing a big role in India because within few months, India is going to have 5G technology. And after the implementation of 5G technology, every work will be at least 10 times faster. So in that situation, how our practicing professionals do audit, they will have to use different tools. At an institute level, we have come out with very big budget, and we are going to provide different tools to our practicing members. An important phenomenon of recent times is the rapid growth of the accountancy profession. The vast changes occurring in the economy of the country have been placing great responsibilities on the chartered accountants. It also constitutes a challenge to the profession to bring to bear their knowledge and skill in their specialized fields of activity. The types of functions generally performed by the chartered accountants are varied. With the influence of this digitization and automation and forthcoming 5G technology, the need to get a hold on these emerging technologies has become a crucial point. Now, since all the major accounting related work is being accomplished with the help of artificial intelligence, data analytics, it leaves us with one clear impacting question. compliance, consultancy, and litigation. These are the three main areas in India my practicing chartered accountants are performing. And after the implementation of 5G technology, all the compliance work will be taken away by the government. Then there will be only two type of work, that is consultancy and litigation. So we have to understand that the area will be only for the specialized people. And for those people who will be able to use artificial intelligence properly, they people only will be able to survive. We have tabs for 15 softwares for accounting, GST, TDS, XBRL, filing, accounts confirmation and reconciliation software, integrated GRC products, suite software, etc., to help SMPs in India. It's the right time to move away from traditional practice and move to new emerging areas of practice like professional accountants. We all know the benefits of networking, and small firms has opportunity now to form a network firm. This is where small firm can expand. Networking is generally considered as the most effective platform for capacity building. It facilitates multi-locational presence of the firm, strengthening partnership and enhanced functioning of CA firms, so members are at liberty to adopt any form of practice as they choose. It is overwhelming felt that to see exponential growth of one's practice, networking is one of the preferred choice. The SMPs need to be rewarded with proper fees. The Committee for Members in Practice of ICI, as a part of its commitment to strengthen the practitioners, has initiated the revised minimum recommended scale of fees for the professional assignments done by the members of ICI. The recommendation is that it will be charged as per the work performed for various professional assignments. The fee has been recommended separately for Class A, Class B, and Class C cities. The committees also revise the same from time to time. The correct amount of knowledge can be wonders. Knowledge is the key to success, in line with mission of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to develop skilled professionals with competencies to service clients not only within India, but across the globe. That requires technical skills as also cross-cultural appreciation and understanding of global needs. The committee conducts workshop, conferences, seminars, certificate courses, brainstorming sessions, interactive sessions to develop ways and means to enhance knowledge-based members in practice, to enable them to manage practice in efficient manner and to assist them in identifying emerging and specialized services areas of practice. You all may be knowing in the month of November this year, we are going to have World Congress. That is a big conference and big knowledge field for we all. And I sincerely request you all, please join that conference. This is going to be very helpful for you all, we professionals. To disseminate knowledge to SMPs, the committee is conducting following certificate courses, that is certificate course on wealth management and financial planning, certificate course on working paper management, certificate course on preparation of appeals, drafting of deeds and documents and representation before appellate authorities and statutory bodies. The certificate course on CAs as business consultant is under process of finalization, and the same would help the SMPs to develop the skills to create a niche for themselves and may serve as professional advisors to help companies achieve their goals or streamline operations in a particular area of the business. The ICI, under the aegis of committees for members in practice, has taken this initiative to arrange for beneficial products and or services for skill development, knowledge management, personal / professional security benefits, etc., and such other products, services for professional growth and development of members in association with various entities. I would like to add that we are also sharing the initiatives taken by Safa member bodies for their SMPs through the Safa SMP committee, so that they can consider replicating the same at their respective institutes. The member bodies offer their full support to each other in replicating the best practices among each other. Friends, I was just attending a 3 days seminar in the month of April in USA. And in those 3 days, one of the most important and challenging session was that how to survive by SMPs. And the most two important challenges which we discussed, there were around more than 27 countries professionals in that seminar. The first most important challenge was how to retain after this COVID period professionals which are working in our offices. That is the biggest challenge, because now there is so much of shortage for real professionals, and big organizations, Big Four and other MNCs are picking them on such a huge remuneration that it is very difficult for we small firms to keep our professionals in our office. That was the biggest challenge. And the most important, another challenge is to charging of fees, because I don't know about the other country. In our country, like I am from Jaipur, and Jaipur is B category city in India. And in city like B category, all the Big Four have come in Jaipur. They have opened their offices, and they are giving their services even 10% lesser than the other SMP firms are giving services to their SMEs. So these two, my sincere request to all of you is that those criteria, those challenges are such for which we should sincerely think that how we can improve ourselves regarding these two issues, which are the biggest challenge for we all professionals in these days. In the end, I would like to conclude by thanking Safa and CMA Sri Lanka for giving me this excellent opportunity to address this platform. And my sincere request, since I was allotted 20 minutes, I have completed my lecture a little bit earlier. If anybody has any questions, so I may reply for that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash. Thank you very much for your presentation and for explaining the role of the SMP committee in developing the SME sector. So, friends, I'm afraid we have gone a little beyond the time. So, we have to finish this session exactly at 5:45 p.m. So, I'm afraid we may not be able to take up any questions. So, since the next question is supposed to start at 5:45 p.m., I would like to thank all the presenters of this session, Mr. Vikram Narayana from People's Bank, Dr. Chamara Bandara, and also Mr. Prakash Sharma. Thank you very much, sirs, for your presence, and your presentations were very informative. Thank you very much once again for being with us. Now, let me introduce the moderator for the third session, Mr. Chamindra Kumarasiri. In the third session, we will be having a list of panelists representing all the Safa countries, including Sri Lanka. So let me introduce my friend, Mr. Chamindra Kumarasiri. He is the Chairman, Principal Consultant, HCP Consulting Private Limited, member of CMA Sri Lanka COVID-19 SME Development Committee. He is a Senior Chartered Accountant, a corporate trainer, a leadership coach, a management consultant, and a business advisor with a proven track record holding senior leadership positions in leading local entities and multinationals. He is the founder, president of Asia Pacific Institute of Money and Entrepreneurship Development, the founder, CEO of Human Capital Partner, the chairman, principal consultant of HCP Consulting, independent non-executive director at Smes Development Bank PLC, and advisor consultant to a few leading organizations. He also serves on the international panel on accounting education as the only representative from the entire South Asia. He has served on the governing council of CA Sri Lanka for 2 consecutive terms and currently serves on the executive committee of ACA member network. He is also a member of CA Sri Lanka for 19 Chamindra Kumarasiri. Let me introduce the panelists also. We have a list of panelists representing various countries. First, we have Mr. Mohammed Yassin Mia, council member from Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bangladesh. Mr. ASM Shakul Islam, past president and present council member of Institute of Chartered Management Accountants of Bangladesh. CA Vishal Doshi is a central council member from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We have one great regret. Dr. V. Murali will not be participating. Mr. Ahmad Sai is Mr. Ahmad Sali, council member and vice chairperson of Technical and Standards Committee, representing Institute of Chartered Accountants of Maldives. P.A. Surendra Shrestha, council member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, Mr. Asad Feroz, Council Member, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, Mr. Ghulam Mustafa Qazi, Managing Partner PQMC from Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan. Then we have two ladies representing Sri Lanka, Ms. Nishani Pereira. She is a council member of Young Chartered Accountants Forum of CA Sri Lanka, and Ms. Chandima Ranasinghe. She is the co-founder of Nasta Foods Private Limited, and she is a member of CMA Sri Lanka. Over to you, Chandima.
Thank you very much, Ruchira, for that introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have an eminent panel from the region to talk about a vital topic in the current context. So nothing to highlight again about the challenges we had to face with the pandemic. And now, especially in our part of the world now, we are going through an economic pressure as well. So in that context, we are here to discuss South Asian experience in SME development with the help of the representation from the region. So just to give a start to the topic that we are discussing, SME sector, if you look at in the global context, it represents about 90% of the businesses and support more than 50% of the employment worldwide. And in the formal SME sector contribute up to 40% of GDP, especially in the emerging country. In our case, in the Sri Lankan context, it's even higher, something close to 60%. If we come back to the South Asian context a little bit, the micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, including cottage firms, play a pivotal role in the economy. And according to the statistics, until 2022, MSMEs in the region accounted for average 99.6% of all enterprises and 76.6% of all the workforce and 33.9% of countries' GDP. So this is based on the national definition without putting them into a common definition. So there are a lot to talk about today. So let me not take your time in talking about the facts and figures, and especially the country-specific details. So we have an eminent panel to discuss about that. So let me start giving the opportunity for the panelists to talk about their experience and the insights coming from the respective countries. So what I would do is I will give each one of you an opportunity to talk about your version, so your insights, taking maximum 3 minutes as an opening remarks, and then we will go to the second round. So I would like to first give the forum to Mia, right? Sorry, my apologies for the misspelling. From Bangladesh to start with. Yasin? Are we yet to get him? Or do we have Shakul?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Shakul, okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Sorry if I misspelled your name. Maybe you can repeat if I did a mistake.
Shaikul Islam.
Okay, thank you, Shaikul. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for introducing the panelists, including me. At first, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Safa International Relation Committee, hosted by CMS Sri Lanka, and particularly Professor Lakshman Otawala and his team, to organize such a webinar in the very, very shocking situation that is happening in Sri Lanka at the moment, the political turmoil, economic turmoil. In spite of all these things, you have rightly chosen right topics in a right time to discuss, because this is our burning issue and we have to survive in the pandemic and the economic crisis in Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and many parts of the country after the pandemic. You know, the Ukraine war has created another situation for the countries like us. So This is very important issue, and you have rightly said that more than 50% of the jobs are created in the SMEs. And if you see the reports, global reports, the richest persons of the world has accumulated many assets and money in the pandemic, but the worst sufferers are the SMEs. And if I say experience of my country, Bangladesh, let me tell you that the economic growth of Bangladesh began with the SMEs. After we achieved our independence in 1971, due to the relationship with India and the then Soviet Union, the Bangladesh chose socialistic economy, and the government allowed only Bangladeshi taka 25 lakh. In the then period, it is equivalent to US dollar $65,000 only for a single investment ceiling. But over the years, with the demise of the Soviet Union and the global changes, Bangladesh, like other parts of the globe, including India, when Mr. Manmohan Singh, the then finance minister, started free market economy in India. Most of the countries in this subcontinent started free market economy, and Bangladesh also started free market economy. But in spite of all these things, today Bangladesh has no limit of investment ceiling. You can invest any amount, no limit of local investment, no limit of foreign investment. But still, most of the organizations are family owned. SMEs are family owned, and largest industries are also family owned. So SME still remains a major source of employment generation and economic growth of Bangladesh. And last year, you see the theme of the United Nations, SMEs, key to an inclusive and sustainable recovery. So I think this theme, this philosophy has not yet been ended. We have to work, and I was listening to the discussions of the learned paper presenters. They have mainly focused on the recovery of the SMEs after the pandemic and in the global situation of the Ukraine and Russia war. So this is very important issue, and they have rightly addressed the issue. Bangladesh has also taken very encouraging initiative to support the SMEs, like stimulus package. Bangladesh Central Bank has issued a stimulus package and give a breathing time for loan recovery to the banks. Last 2 years, the bank, Bangladesh Bank has issued several circulars so that SMEs can get the breathing time to repay the loans, and they don't fall in the non-performing loan status. So in spite of this, there are few tax cut benefits, and government has also taken very initiatives to support the SMEs in the form of financial support, technical support, training, etc. The hard reality of Asian, particularly South Asian countries, are that the business and economic growth largely influenced by the external factors and global changes. You see, most of the events, most of the factors are not controlled by ourselves. We are dependent entirely on the developed countries and the global situation. So these are the real situation, and today we are discussing the United Nations Day for SMEs rightly, and at last Mr. Prakash has included the main thing of our profession, SMPs. SMP, if you see the small and medium practitioners in our country, and I believe India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, all these SARC members, all the practitioners are SMPs mostly, because the definition of SMP, there must be 250 minimum employees. But if you see the small and medium practitioners here, most of them have not that size of employment. So what we did after the pandemic, to many of our small and medium practitioners, even they did not get any business. They lost their working capital. They could not maintain their offices. Even they could not pay their office rents and taxes and other bank loan and other obligations, debt obligation. So from ICME Bangladesh, we provided them support in our institute. One floor we dedicated for them. Those who could not pay the rentals, we give them free office space. We gave them free electricity. We gave them free computer facilities so that our members who are practicing in the SMPs can come to the ICMA Bangladesh office building and they can provide their professional services at no cost.
Shakul, I think in the interest of time, I may have to disturb you a little bit. Maybe we can discuss in detail in the second round probably. If you want to give a quick point, if there's any that you miss, we can go to the next person and we can come back.
No, thank you very much. That's all from this point because.
Sure. So I'll get back to you during the next conversation.
Yes,
okay.
The main
thank you. That's the Bangladesh version of it. Can I move to Vishal from India? So how about your insights?
So, Thanks, Chaminda. Very good evening to everybody. It's indeed a privilege to be amongst this, I would say, elite group of panelists representing Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. And I would, giving the paucity of time, I would, in my opening remarks, just, I know we have all discussed statistics. We all know the SMEs are bleeding, and especially COVID did not help them. But I would take this opportunity to discuss some of the initiatives which the government of India took, especially after the first COVID wave in 2020 to help the MSME recover. So some of the things that they did was, they started this Udyog Aadhaar, where it is a portal where the SMEs can register themselves. And before that, what the government did was way back in July 2020, they changed the definition of the micro, small, medium enterprise. What the government did was that they increased the threshold of the investment in plant and machinery and also brought in the criteria of turnover. Because of the increase in the threshold, more small and medium enterprise came into the definition of SME, and therefore they were able to avail the benefits, the schemes of the government. More entities got covered under it, more service enterprises also got covered under it. And they also started this Udyog Aadhaar, by which the small and medium enterprises, they could register on the portal. That would also facilitate them to register on the GEM portal. The GEM is the government e-marketplace, where the PSU, the public sector undertakings, the government, they put up their requests, whatever are their requirements, they put up on the portal, and these SMEs are able to access those requirements and maybe even supply to them, to the government, thereby, bringing a lot of turnover and business to the small and medium enterprise. They also would get the facility by register on the Samadhan, which is specially a portal, that would address the delay in payments, the delay that payments received by the MSME on their receivables. They developed a portal where the issues on the delayed payments could be addressed by involving the government through an online portal. Also benefits of the credit guarantee scheme, the priority sector lending for banks. So the SMEs, they get facilitated when they register on this Udyog Aadhaar. So that was the first step that the government took. Even on the corporate front, what the government did, they introduced a return under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, that is MSME return, which is to be filed half yearly. And that specially brought about the details of the, I would say, overdues, the outstandings to facilitate. See, ultimately, we all know the economy moves when money starts circulating. And SMEs was the sector which was badly hit and they required money. And we had a lot of discussions on the cash flows and all in the preceding sessions. So the government ensured. And in fact, I remember, I also know, because we are associated with a few public sector enterprises where the public sector enterprises had to, on a fortnightly basis, give the outstanding details to the government, to the ministry, especially with respect to MSME, that what are the overdues and why are they not clearing the payments. These were the steps that the government had taken at that point in time. Even I would say under the ease of doing business, under the Companies Act, we have a lot of compliances for the companies. And we have a definition, or we have this one-person company and the small companies where there are a lot of relaxations. So even under the small companies, what the government did, they increased the threshold of the turnover to 20 crores and of the capital to 2 crores, by which a lot of companies, I would say almost 70% of these companies would be covered under this small company, and therefore they would be getting a lot of benefit under the ease of doing business. And we all are aware that in 2006, the government had come out with the Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise Development Act way back in 2006, where it had prescribed that the maximum credit period to a MSME would be 45 days. And that got incorporated as a part of our audit process also, that wherever there are delays, whether the company who was supposed to make the payment has delayed payment, they are paying interest, and interest on this is 3 times the bank rate. So that actually makes the companies ensure that as far as MSMEs are concerned, they make the payment within 45 days. And even if there are oral contracts, the maximum is 45 days. So if you have a contract specifying 60 days credit, maximum under the law is 45 days. So if we see overall, these were the actions that the government of India took to facilitate the small and medium enterprise and to ensure that the money cycle flows and actually they don't bleed, and their cash flows are there by which they are able to grow and also give an opportunity to supply to the government and the large companies. So with this, I close my opening remarks, and from the ICI side, whatever we have done, maybe that will take up subsequently whenever the moderator would allow me
Sure,
to.
sure.
Thanks.
I'll get back to you on that part. And it's very impressive, I think, to see the amount of work that your institute and the government has done to safeguard the SMEs. I have some statistics I'll share later when we have time. Right, then I'm going to move to Maldives. We have Ahmed Salih with us. Over to you, Ahmed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And at this point, I also would like to thank Smes Sri Lanka and especially Professor Watawalla for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to be part of this panelist group. So without further ado, I would like to share our experience on SME development in the Maldives. As Mr. Chaminda said during the introduction, SMEs play a significant role in economies, and almost 90% of the businesses in most of the developing world are actually SMEs. Likewise, SMEs play a significant role in the Maldivian economy, and their contribution to employment, livelihoods of small island communities, and GDP is very large. Because of that, they are considered engine for economic growth and wealth creation in the country. Almost 90% of the businesses in the atolls outside Male, Male is the capital city of Maldives, outside Male, almost 90% of the business registered are actually SMEs. So they have, so because of the importance of SMEs to the economy and to GDP and to creation of employment, Maldivian governments have taken various initiatives to develop this sector. The government of Maldives introduced SME legislation in 2013, and it continues to review and amend the legislation to address the change in economic and business landscape for SMEs. Even this year also, they introduced 2 amendments to the law, which actually redefine the classification of SMEs. Now we also have MSMEs. Initially, actually, they were SMEs. Now the micro entities also have been included as part of the legislation. Efforts have been made to improve the SMEs access to funding as well. Traditionally, the main source of capital for SMEs in the Maldives was what we call bootstrapping, because SMEs have had limited access to loans from commercial banks due to various reasons. So the governments have introduced various schemes to address the gap in funding and help SMEs grow. So in 2019, the government of Maldives established SME Development Finance Corporation to provide financial products and ancillary services to MSMEs and entrepreneurial startups with the primary purpose of easing access to finance for MSMEs. During COVID, the largest group of businesses to be affected by MSMEs. So during COVID, government also introduced some relief packages. Through the Bank of Maldives, the government introduced a loan scheme for MSMEs. And also some of the loans probably were waived off or the payment period was extended. So lots of support was provided to SMEs during COVID-19. And so far, if you look at the SME development corporations lending, they have lent up to 500 million rupiah till now, and almost 1 billion rupiah worth of loans have been approved by the bank. So they are due for, of course, reimbursement. So this is what I have to say regarding SME development at this point. Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick one. In your country, you said that you have redefined your MSME criteria. So what
Yes.
exactly did you do? Is it upward or downward revision?
Brought some, I think, regarding the turnover, I think they have raised the turnover limits as well. And so reclassification also have been changed. The criteria for reclassification, the weightage given to various criteria also have been changed.
Right. Okay. Thanks. And then I'm going to move to Nepal. We have Surendra Shrestha with us. Over to you, Surendra.
Thank you, Chairman. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening and namaste all. Thank you, Safa and CMS Sri Lanka for organizing the Safa SME Development Conference on the occasion of UN Micro SMEs Day. My greetings to Safa President, designated Safa officials, professional accountants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Surendra Shrestha, Council Member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, and also the member of Safa Accounting Standards Committee. As we are celebrating the UN Micro SMEs Day through this conference, I am very much delighted to be a part of this program and privileged to share this platform with other distinguished panelists. The topic is very relevant for almost all the South Asian countries, considering the present economic situation, and the case is not different to Nepal. Nepal, too, SMEs are the first sector to be affected by every economic crisis, either due to pandemic or the present inflation around. But in the other side, the government of Nepal has declared some tax exemptions, rebates, carry forward of losses to be set off, and other financial and taxation facilities to the SMEs. In addition, some deferral policy on loan repayment schedule, renewal facilities, and refinancing arrangement in coordination with central bank has been also introduced. Now I'm looking forward to have a great, fruitful discussion and sharing of information about SMEs development next section of the session too. For now, thank you for having me. I will be explaining the most current scenario of SMEs development in Nepal later on. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you for that introduction, Surendra. Now we have Asad Feroz from Pakistan. I would like to hear from him, and then we have another gentleman from Pakistan. I will come back later. Azad, over to you.
Thanks, Yaminda. Good evening, everyone. I'm thanking Safa and CMA Sri Lanka for organizing this Safa SME Development Conference 2022 on eve of this Micro, Small, Medium-Sized Enterprises MSME Day of the United Nations. I understand that UN calls for support to MSMEs as effective agents of change to help in advance in rebuilding and recovery efforts. Coming to Pakistan, Pakistan is a country with population over 240 million. Broadband and telecom sector has boomed in the last year, having 3x growth. Interestingly, middle class population has also increased and is expected to increase even further till 2025. This will result in increased demand for goods and services in this area. According to certain estimates, there are over 5.2 million SMEs in Pakistan. Labor force statistics show that 72% of non-agricultural labor force is employed in the informal sector, which is attributable to SME sector development. The sector contributes an estimated 40% to GDP and 25% to exports. SMEs are visible in following sectors that include textiles, IT-enabled services, agro and food processing, light engineering, surgical goods, sporting goods, leather, footwear, furniture. E-commerce is a new area in which SMEs have started venturing in Pakistan, and they have been very successful. Similarly, within the domestic economy, SMEs contribute significantly through wholesale, retail ceramics, construction, and hospitality sectors. Pakistan government launched SME policy in 2021 and actually realigned the definition of small, medium, and startup entities in accordance with the global norms. Mostly Pakistan's relative export share has been low value-added products. The business and policy environment within which Pakistani SMEs operate has not encouraged inter-firm collaborations. This has restricted the ability of SMEs to scale up, diversify, and export. Number of new registered businesses, companies, LLPs have grown almost 10% per year. It is expected that public and private incubators, accelerators, and co-working spaces will be increased by 20% in the next 5 years. A key issue for SMEs in Pakistan is access to finance, like other countries. Access to affordable finance is a key issue. Consequently, majority of SMEs in Pakistan operate through self-financing informal financial services or retained earnings. This not only limits the scope of expansion, but hinders the day-to-day business operations by limiting working capital available to the enterprises. At the end of June 2021, SME financing stood at PKR 437.57 billion, or 6.5% of the total private sector financing of the country, which is way too low, with borrowers of only 172,000 around SME borrowers. State Bank of Pakistan envisages an increase in number of borrowers to 700,000 and a financing target of PKR 800 billion by 2023. In Pakistan, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Authority, SMEDA, is the flag bearer for SMEs. It has been established by Government of Pakistan in 1990s. SMEDA is based in 4 major cities in Pakistan and is also working in 21 other cities in Pakistan. The major role of SMEDA is creating a help desk for SMEs in various cities, law guidance to SMEs, awareness session for SMEs, accounting software provided to SMEs free of cost, working with chambers, Women Chamber and State Bank of Pakistan, preparation of feasibility studies in over 200 sectors. Its Business Development Services Department is a specific department that refers to a wide range of services aimed at skill transfer and business advice, including financial and costing side. Women-owned businesses that are very, very important. Sadly, so in Pakistan, there are only 3% of women who are part of the SME. Look at international perspective of women population. So our state bank has given certain schemes for SMEs as well in the last 1 year. I guess I'm running over time.
Right. Thank you, Azhar. I think, as you said, especially I have seen in the Pakistan, especially your peer-to-peer lending platforms are now increasingly going up. I think so. As you said, the personal level financing, informal sector. That's something I have noted in the statistics in the global context. Right. I think we have another gentleman from Pakistan, Gulam Safa. So I will love him to compliment if there's anything that you want to add to what Azhar said in terms of Pakistan context.
Thank you very much. And I also thank the South Asian Federation of Accountants and especially my friend, Mr. Lakshman Watawala. I have seen him for a long time. And I'm sorry for the financial crisis which the Sri Lanka is facing these days. And I hope that they will be coming out of this crisis very soon with their hard effort for which they are known for. My friend, Mr. Asad, has covered a lot of things which I wanted to discuss with respect to the SMEs being an important engine of economy. and they employ almost 80% of the non-agriculture labor, and almost 90% of the country's enterprises. And SME policy 2021 was presented last year, and the target was that the SME sector's contribution in the economy, in the exports, in the employment generation should increase, and the targets were fixed. So SME sector, being small enterprises and limited with have limited access to funds, they have certain problems, and some of the problems have been mentioned by my previous colleague. He was talking about the Small and Medium Enterprise Authority, and being one of the consultant of the SMEDA, I appreciate the efforts of the SMEDA in imparting the trainings, especially which includes enterprise training, on the desk training, one-to-one training, and technical training especially. And they have been provided fund by the government of Pakistan every year. And then there is another organization which is called Agribusiness Support Fund, and which is relevant to the agriculture support, and they provide capacity building facilities as well as the technical support to the agribusiness, and they also provide funds for the agriculture programs. Most of my colleagues in the Asian countries, especially South Asia, they talked about the problems faced by the small businesses and small to medium businesses. And the major problem is access to finance, because in spite of the fact that government has been promising access to finance on a very convenient and easy terms, but the commercial banks, they have their own terms and conditions, and they want to make sure that their finance is secured. So the conditions are always very difficult for the small and medium enterprises. Another problem is the business development, because SMEs being limited with the funds, they cannot spend on the business development and reach to the markets. So in this area, the government's assistance is required. Another problem is the inconsistency in the policies. During the previous government, the government announced a number of schemes for the youth entrepreneurship development, and they provided loans to the youth for starting up their businesses, to develop their businesses, and for agriculture and some other projects. So with the change of the government, new policies have come. There are new loan programs. So consistency needs to be made sure. These are my initial remarks. Let the discussion go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghulam. So finally, we come to Sri Lanka. We have two ladies from Sri Lanka. So first, I would allow Nishani to give her remarks. She is coming from a practitioner point of view and representing a professional body as well. So let Nishani talk about her insights. Nishani.
All right. Good evening, all. Thanks, Chaminda. First of all, I would like to congratulate Safa International Relations Committee as well as to the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka for hosting this important SME development conference in 2022. By going through the theme, it talks about the supporting small businesses in financial and cost management, as well as the topic of this panel discussion is also very important because it's a session where we can share our experiences in development of SMEs. Right. With that, I will give some insight about, from Sri Lankan perspective, SMEs version, how we look at, as well as what kind of importance that we do have for SMEs in Sri Lanka. Like many Asian economies in Sri Lanka also, we consider SMEs as a backbone of the economy. Why we are telling like that is SMEs contribute more than closer to 60% of our GDP, as well as out of the total business enterprises, 75% is from SMEs. And from the total employment, we can see 45% is contributing from SME in Sri Lanka. Therefore, it's very important from Sri Lankan perspective to develop, the assist the SMEs to grow in the economy. Because of that importance, from the government of Sri Lanka, there are incentives for SMEs. They have given concessionary tax rates for SMEs, as well as when it comes to the COVID-19 outbreak, there were moratoriums introduced by the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. In addition to that, there were working capital loan schemes to the concessionary interest rate introduced. Likewise, there were many concessions given by the government of Sri Lanka also to these SMEs. If we take these SMEs in Sri Lankan context, most of them are rural based, as well as it's from the agricultural sector. One of the challenges I foresee in Sri Lankan context is to convert these SMEs to be that export oriented. And the other challenge is the SMEs. They are the ones who are most vulnerable to any economic shocks, because they have the less resources and they have the less reserves. Due to that, they are the ones who are vulnerable to any external shocks. From Sri Lankan perspective, as a lot of the countries mentioned, one of the challenges would be the access to finance. Access to finance, I can define it in a simply different way. Access to finance can be driven because of the financial literacy, because of the lack of financial management practices as well. Because for them to prove their credibility, they have to give the financials to a bank or a financial institution. In addition to that, in Sri Lankan context, we do have Empower Board to SMEs to go and list their shares for the equity capital. In that context, also have a sound background from the financials as well as from the governance perspective is really required. There are a lot of other developments from the Export Development Board. They do have new export development and SME training programs introduced, as well as the women-led SMEs in Sri Lanka. There are a lot of developments from the regulators' perspective, as well as from the government perspective. From the institute side also, there are a lot of initiatives from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka to grow, develop, assist the SMEs. We will discuss them later in our discussions, what kind of things from the Chartered Institute perspective that we have done. That's all for the opening remarks. Chaminda, you can proceed.
Thank you, Nishani. That's great. And we have finally another lady, Chandima Ranasinghe. She's representing CMA, and also she herself is an entrepreneur. I think she has a different perspective to the table, I believe. Chandima, over to you.
Thank you, Chaminda. Extremely sorry for the technical barriers. I am in the current failure situation. Anyway, I would like to thank you, Professor Vatavaru, and CMA given me a great opportunity to represent CMA Sri Lanka as well as one of the entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. As my practical experience, when we are coming to the micro and small enterprises is a major challenge is they haven't any marketplace, because they are producing very small scale and they very difficult to searching customers. Then and also government or any authority didn't provide any supportive channel to enter in the market or any marketplace. That's the major one. And also marketplace running by the big players like supermarket channel or online third party people, but they are asking huge commission as well as the credit periods. That's the major challenge facing in the micro and small sector. And also competition. Competition is very big. For example, is some people are representing in spices sectors, but their major players are supermarket channels or bulk producers. But it's a small and medium sector, their manufacturing quantity is very less. But comparing with major players, their cost benefit is very less. But in pricing, when coming to the pricing mechanism, they have to compare the market prices with other products, but margin is very low. That's the another one. Currently, is SME sector facing the inflation. It's inflation. When coming to the inflation, major point is increase of the fuel price. Fuel price increase the highly affected to the raw material price, delivery price, and all other supporting services prices. Then normally small and micro people are very less financial background and financial capacity. They very difficult to afford that situation and managing the situation. And also banking sector, nowadays they are increasing suddenly interest rate as well, and the paper requirement and collateral and other things. Then again, then SME, micro and medium enterprises, they are facing lot of issues. Then another one is a physical marketplace come to the technical or online platform. In most of micro and medium and small sectors are based on the rural sectors. They haven't any technology facilities and lack of technology facilities, and they don't know how to use their technology know-how. Those are the major challenges now facing current situation.
Right. Thanks, Chandiba. I think that's from a entrepreneur's perspective. She has come up with some challenges. I'm of the view that these are common in any country with the SME sector, especially the micro level. So let me now go to the next session. So this is going to be random questions. I think, but I will not pose the question directly to anyone unless I have a specific reason. I would like to welcome each of your contribution here to give your views. I think among the discussion we had, right, there are a lot of points, but one of the fundamental points that we've been discussing was the access to finance, right? Access to finance part. So if you look at the statistics, so it has been a chronic problem in the MSME sector. If you look at even the South Asian context, in the banking sector, the formal sector, the contribution to the MSME sector is only 14.8% of the total lending from their bank books. And it is just 7% of the GDP. That is the formal sector. If you look at the informal, so the saviors of most of the MSME players are the NBFIs, non-banking financial institutions, including microfinance organizations. And according to the statistics, the average contribution from them is 6.5, 5.6, right? 5.6. And it is just 3.2% of the GDP. Now, if you put this together, right? If we think NBFI sector is a savior, even at high cost, we still don't see the problem is solved. Still, only a fraction of finance is coming through both formal and informal sector. So it has become a problem. So what are the strategies or what options that you have experienced in your countries, or anything that you want to bring to the table to solve the puzzle? Or do you see any alternative sources of financing that needs to come into the picture where you have experience in your respective countries? I allow the forum for anyone to pinch in and give your views on this.
Yes, Mr.
It's beyond the
Moderator.
cost of finance. It's the access to finance.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is Shaikul Islam. Access to finance is very important for the business, particularly, SMEs. And every country, including my country, Bangladesh, has taken a number of steps to facilitate the SMEs to have access to finance. But one thing we should remember, access to finance and repayment of loans should run hand in hand. And for this reason, we have formulated various policies. We have our industrial policy. We have identified which organization will be identified as SMEs. And for that reason, we have given instructions from our industrial policy and our banking policy from central bank. Few loans should be given to the SMEs without any mortgage. And the central bank has also formulated policy, and it is under very, very active equity participation fund. Without any mortgage, the central bank participates in the management of the SMEs by taking a sort of partnership equity participation. And there are microfinance very, very strong in Bangladesh. Microfinance without any mortgage, we give microfinance facilities to the micro industries and SMEs. And there are also venture capital. And very recently this year, our Bangladesh Securities Exchange Commission has formulated a policy and declared the policy for IPO for SMEs, initial public offering for SMEs, so that they can raise funds from the capital market at a minimum cost. So, and there is also instruction from the central bank to all commercial banks to form a separate wing in the banks to support SMEs. And the commercial banks in Bangladesh have to submit report to the central bank how much loan they have provided to the SMEs and what are the progress reports. So I think these are all about the Bangladesh experience. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks. I think Asad also has some points to add. I think you have raised your hand. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chaminda. Well, I just wanted to add, firstly, you raised the point, the venture capital funding in Pakistan was in the last year around $366 billion. Some of it was for small enterprises as well. So that is a good source. Then the micro institutions, NBFIs that we call them, they are also a good source in which SMEs are getting good financing. And I just mentioned when I was making my starting comment, State Bank of Pakistan has also given a loan facility for SMEs, which commercial banks have been asked to give loans to SMEs without very less collaterals and a very reduced rate of interest. In Pakistan at this point in time, inflation is very high, and actually cost of borrowing is at this time almost at all-time high. So I think that these are very positive steps that are there. Then Mr. Ghulam Mustafa was also saying that Kamyab Jawan program, there were some funds that were given to youngsters to become entrepreneurs and start up their businesses. Again, good for startups, SMEs. And then there, Sameda was also giving certain funds that is getting from donors.
So I think if you can close little closer to the mic, I think your voice is little low.
Yes. Difficult to hear you.
Yeah. You seems to be little away from the mic, Asad, I think.
Okay, let me come closer. I was just completing that our state bank, and apart from state bank, our Sameda, which I told you, small and medium enterprise development project, is also giving fund for SMEs for developers, and these are very.
Right. I think as I explained at the beginning, so the percentage of disbursements are low, both in the banking sector and non-banking financial institution sector. So I think one of the impediments for the banking sector even to disburse is that the collateral and various other requirements. I think that there has to be some alternative support coming in. I think the professor would want to add something here. I think he has been working on something to support the SME sector to give some guarantee to make the disbursement much easier. Professor.
Thank you, Chaminda. There is some okay, right. We formed what is called the CMA Sri Lanka COVID-19 SME Development Fund Committee, and we made this recommendation because one of the things is that I think it was mentioned earlier also, the inability for people to give collateral, and also the startups where they are unable to give collateral. So now this has already taken place. We were able to make the recommendation. The cabinet has approved it. Now the Ministry of Finance is working on it, and definitely by before the end of this year, the credit guarantee institution will be in place. So which means that that will help a large number, but it will be channeled through the respective banks. Now, the banks are the people who are going to be partners of this institution. Of course, the government will have almost 90%, but they have selected certain commercial banks and also finance institutions. So they will get involved, and I think this is a new development that has taken place, and I'm sure that this will greatly assist the SMEs going forward. That was one of the reasons that we invited the expert, the senior financial expert from ADB, and also the Credit Guarantee Corporation of Malaysia. Now they have gained a lot of success in that. So that's one of the things that we can do to support the financial requirements of the SME sector.
Thank you, Professor. I think the key here is, as I mentioned, even the formal sector and informal sector from lending side, there's a lot more to do to facilitate this because the total quantum is less. At the same time, as some of you mentioned, the alternative sources of funding, equity financing, crowdfunding, there are various other venture capital models. So how we can improve them. Right, I think there's another important thing I want to highlight. I think, remember, I heard when Shaikul talk about the Bangladesh experience about how they have boosted the SME sector. But one thing I have noted in the statistics in Bangladesh, around 87% of your products sell locally, right? So I think that's a case for most of the South Asian countries. And even if I look at the Southeast Asian average of exports is just 19.2% overall. But we have an exception here, India. The overall percentage in the export, the share of MSME is 47%. Vishal, what's the secret?
No, I would say there's no secret. Like I mentioned, it's more of the support from the government that is there in respect of the manufacturing. Like I said, that there is a lot of work that the government has done in the last, especially the last couple of years. And we all know the geopolitical things that have been happening around the world, and actually, with the difficulties with China, it has opened an opportunity, I would say, for all of us into the export, especially the US and the EU countries. And like I mentioned, the thresholds and all. So one thing what the government has also done is that when they have revised the threshold for the turnover criteria, they have said that we are not going to include the export turnover under that turnover threshold. So what happens that the small and medium enterprises, they are free to export whatever they want to export without losing the benefit of a micro, small, medium enterprise, the definition, the criteria that they have. So this gives a lot of impetus to these entities that they can freely do export as well as, scale up their operations because the overall thresholds of the investment has been increased. And so they do not lose the status, the benefits that are there. And even on the lending side, I would say that there's a lot of priority sector lending that has been focused by the banks, especially the public sector banks. And if you go through the statistics, Chaminda, over there also, you will find that a significant portion of the lending with respect to the banks, including the private banks, that is almost, I would say, in the range of 40 to 50% lending would be in the priority sector lending. So like we all agree that, the money, the finance is the lifeline for the SMEs. And therefore, the government has taken all the care. And in fact, the SME stock exchange, where we have the SME listing. I would say that till so far at the Bombay Stock Exchange, we've had the companies raising almost up to 4,000 crore rupees through the small medium enterprise stock exchange. Plus, there's a lot of development in the last couple of years on the fintech. There are a lot of these fintech companies which are coming out with the lending options, and especially to the small and medium enterprise, so which typically would be in the nature of an unsecured loan, sort of for a short-term duration, and which helps them. So these are all the various initiatives which I believe have been taken to seize this opportunity that is there because of the geopolitical reasons, and ensure that the SMEs, they get a boost, and also they are as a country it helps everybody.
Vishal,
Thanks,
can I ask
Yes,
one question? Is
Yes.
the exports more, is it due to the IT industry or any other particular industry? The exports 40%.
So yeah. So exports are both. So definitely services, India has made a lot of inroads, especially in the last couple of decades, on the export of services, and especially on the technology side. But more on the manufacturing side, like, because there were these I would say supply chain issues and all worldwide that we had observed, and India being strategically placed, and what had happened is, another thing I would say, that if you look at the type of lockdowns that we've had world over, that also is equally important. That most of the the Europe and the US, for a long period of time, they were into severe lockdowns. Whereas in India, if we had the first wave, definitely in the month of April 2020, where we had 2-3 months of total lockdown, I would say, and then things started opening up. And that also helped a lot, because the supply chains and all, we were able to restore, I would say, faster. And therefore, the production and all happened, and exports also happened because of that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. I think if you look at overall sense, in most of the countries that we talk about, even the South Asian countries, large proportion of our GDP is contributed by these MSMEs, right? So it's sometimes even more than 50%. So the fact that they are able to directly take part in the export process is a vital element to make sure that we get the benefit out of this. But the problem is, as I mentioned, the numbers are very low. So how do you think we can fix this issue? I mean, how can we get more participation from MSME sector to the export process? I know there is one impediment, that their scale. They're being small players. They might not be able to supply the required quantities in the global market. But there can be workarounds, right? If you have any experience, any modalities that we can talk about and we can replicate, I think that would be great. I know Professor has an answer for this. We have started something with some model with export houses, but we'll talk about it in a while. Professor, let's see how others have done this.
I think Vishal mentioned about 40%, so he can maybe tell how they are doing it.
Another thing which I would like to share is what the government also did, is that they found out the areas, both ways, where domestically the companies were facing challenges because of the supply chain disruptions, and internationally also wherever there were opportunities. And then they came out with these PLIs, sector specific production linked incentives. And that, if you see, a lot of companies in India and also in the small scale, they started taking benefit of these production linked incentives. So, they felt that if they are able to scale up, the government through the PLI scheme would be there to do the handholding to them, and also, subsidize to some extent their costs and all, and thereby they become effective in the not only in the domestic market, but also internationally. So I think a lot of these things, they actually depend on how the government does, because it's like everybody said, and Chaminda also, that it's huge. When we talk of these MSC sector in any country, it's huge, and it's scattered all over the country. It's not location specific or jurisdiction specific that we have to try and solve that. So it's a nationwide thing. People are present everywhere, and there would be challenges. So when from the central level, you have all these areas, where you have the investment opportunities in terms of the capex that is there, and there are incentives which are attached to that, as well as where you have the finance related matters, like I said, that there are so many compliances also where they ensure that the money of the MSCs, the small, or I would say the SMEs, they don't get stuck in the whole working capital cycle, and they ensure that especially the larger companies and all, and they also brought in regulatory compliances that reporting happens, that what are the overdues and all, and that made a lot of psychological impact also on the companies which were holding back money of the SME sector. And I feel that it's the whole wheel that started rotating. At the same time, I still feel that there's still a lot of opportunities in the SME sector in India also looking forward. But these are the initial steps that I would say that have been taken. And I would say as a professional institute also, because we interact more with the SME clients of ours. And I believe that as professional institutes, our role is also very, very important. Because we understand, it's the small medium enterprise are like a family concerns for us, where they share all their difficulties and they look up to us as professional to give all the possible solutions that they have. And therefore, what at our institute, what we did also, we created a committee on the MSME and startups. It was a very a separate committee altogether. So in addition to what Mr. Prakash Sharma mentioned earlier, he talked about the small and medium practitioners. We had a separate committee on the MSME startups also, where we started doing the MSME clinics, at each. So in India, I would say as ICI, we have 164 branches across the whole country. So each branch was given this target that they have to do the MSME clinics, they have to whatever are the government schemes, they have to spread that out to the SME sector through the various industry associations that would be available locally. In fact, today also we have almost 110 branches of our institute which are having events on the International MSME Day. And I would also say, we also had some, because many times what happens is the SME sector, what they need is also financial and tax literacy. Because they are the people who are maybe educated. I'm not saying that they would be uneducated, but on the finance side, they are more of the technocrats than the finance people. So we even developed this whole thing of having small videos, which we call as the financial and tax literacy drive, that we carried out since the last 1 year. And we have a separate website on that where, small videos about what is bank lending, financing, what are the basic tax things. And there were these short videos which we had in almost 12 languages that were uploaded, and that we spread across that, that we need to empower them into not just the manufacturing skill sets, but also into the financial and tax literacy. So then they also became a bit more savvy that, banks are there where who can finance you. We started spreading the schemes. We did a lot of hands-holding with them. And I think as an institute also, we played a very important role in ensuring that, MSME are able to stand up and they become, the whole economy gets driven by them. So this is what we did from the institute side also.
Right. Thanks. I think that as Nishan, you also mentioned earlier, this financial literacy aspect is also a contributor as to why this sector is not picking up. And I think that another feature here is that when you talk about this export market even, so the most of these MSME players are located outside the main cities. They're in the rural sectors. Right? So logistics and how do we facilitate them to, come and get involved in the exports. You need to either be close to an airport or a harbor, so you need to have the logistical access and various other infrastructural support. So any other mechanism that we can look at, or any experience that you have in your respective countries, how we can maximize their contribution towards the export sector? Other countries, so we have heard a lot from India. So others, do you have any experience or you have any initiatives from the professional body level or various levels, maybe the government, or any tricks that you can share? Yes, Amit.
Yeah, thank you, Chaminda. Actually, in our country, we don't have many exports. The main export is tourism, right? So we have some targeted lending schemes for those SMEs who wanting to establish guest houses, for example. So most of these MSMEs, they are actually in this guest house tourism business. So we have, as I mentioned to you before, we have a SME Development Finance Corporation, which is a company owned by the government and 2 or 3 city councils in the country. So they provide, which is actually very targeted. They provide lending to various sectors, and tourism, of course, is one of the areas. So I think in this way, we can even the rates are quite low when compared with the conventional lending rates. For example, average rate is like 4 to 5.5%. I think that is the average rate for the projects submitted by MSMEs. So I think we can have a separate SME development fund, or maybe an institution that is actually specifically lending to MSMEs. That is one approach I think we can adopt.
Right. And I think that another modality is that, as I mentioned, they are sometimes too small to contribute to a larger process. Their scale is not there. So models like export houses, where you allow small players to come, and then with the government support, public-private partnership, I think. So you can have that platforms. Professor, would you mind to update something on that?
Yeah, no, actually, that is another proposal that we have put forward. Of course, still we have not got the government blessings, because one of the things is that the smaller organizations have to organize themselves. So we have suggested the export houses, which will help them to get hold of the smaller people and collect all the products, and also to help them in the technological, the collection, the packing, all these things. And that's what we have suggested. So most probably, I think we have already put this suggestion. The Export Development Board is looking into it. And very soon, I think we should be able to get it going and help everyone. But one of the things that I thought that I think you should take up is about the now marketing side was mentioned. I think Chandima mentioned where they are making use of the e-commerce. I think that would be a good thing to look at, because it helps both domestic and export market.
Yeah, the technological aspects. So to what extent we use the technology, I think as earlier we heard in Pakistan, and especially in even Nepal, I heard that this technological adaptation is very high. So the recent past, even the infrastructure, I know Pakistan has invested a lot in expanding your infrastructure, telecom infrastructure, to facilitate the technological access. So you have anything to add to this, and see how best to have leverage on this?
I think you can ask Chandima. She must may be able to tell something what she is doing, as an entrepreneur.
You're on mute, Chandima. You can talk.
Yes, I'm logging to 2 devices because other one is going to dead. Anyway, Chaminda, is it major?
You have to mute one device if you have two devices.
Yes, got it. Major thing is when we are going for the digitalization, is only ICTA is providing more facilities to tech entrepreneurs. They are given other supportive facilities to other SME sector, but it's a small percentage is covering for tech entrepreneurs. But other people are normal, even they don't know how to operate the basic computer, internet, and other things. It's a very difficult. Many small entrepreneurs come into the technical platform. But another way is
Why don't you speak on your success, what you are doing? I think that would be the best thing. You're muted, I think. Chandima, why don't you speak here?
I think she has a connect.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Chandima.
quality food and unavailability food day-to-day food requirement. That's the main reason. And also as a family, we saw that's the opportunity enter into the market. That's the main thing. And also mainly we are using WhatsApp, internet, Facebook, all those technical facilities to marketing our products. That's the main thing. We expand our marketing channel as well as the customer in Sri Lanka and global wise. Those are our aspect. And also when we are coming to the venture capital or crowdfunding or other fundings, mainly focus on IT or huge investment. Only one very few grant schemes were coming for the small entrepreneurs, or donor funding are coming to the very few. That's the major challenge.
And I think in that space, at the national technological institutions and IT sector, I think they also have a role to provide platforms for MSMEs to play. I think to what extent this can be done at national level, because the national IT infrastructure we have in Sri Lanka, we have ICTA and various other bodies who are providing certain platforms, especially for tech startups, and then taking them through the life cycle, both for educational purpose and for transactional purpose and providing markets. So if you all have in your countries any specific platforms, e-commerce platforms where MSMEs can come and benefit, may it be for knowledge purpose, may it be for market purpose, or maybe sometimes for incubation, testing their products. Do we have any platforms as such where we can leverage? I know India has something like Aadhaar or something that is for financing, right?
Yeah, so Aadhaar, what we have is a a digital where we use for all the government-related schemes, the subsidy and all. I would just like to add that when we talk of technology in India, we have a lot of these technology centers of MSME, which are being set up in different cities, and with the purpose of not just in the IT, but overall, developing the smart technologies which can be used in various products, various production cycles, or with respect to manpower or whatever. And these are, you can say, sort of an incubation centers where a lot of research and development activities goes on for the various sectors, and which then supports the MSME, which bringing out the technology which would help them not about to bring about the efficiency also, but also improving the quality of the products or services that they are doing.
Right.
Chaminda, our
Yes.
president of Safa is also there, Mr. Hinnaka Bandar. If you might be able to get him also to give some.
Okay. Yes. I think one of the things I would like from him to give his comment is based on what we have discussed. Do you see any opportunity for regional collaborations in this space based on what we have discussed, or any thoughts that you have?
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to take one specific point from the point of view of the Sri Lanka. Since I got involved with, the savings bank where I was the employee, I will compare the savings versus the SME sector. The reason being, now, if you take my bank, I would say my bank as well as our bank, the primary objective is to inculcate the value of savings in the mind of the people. So that is the primary objective of the bank. So what happens is, my argument was that even if we can collect 1,000 rupees from a particular customer, that would be sufficient, because our main objective is to inculcate the value of the savings in the mind of the people. If we can get 3,000 customers or 4,000 customers or 5,000 new customers to the bank, we can say that we have served the right community as well as we have achieved the objective. So what happens is almost all the categories of employees, they prefer to talk to the, I would say, the high net worth customers and get 1 or 2 deposits, and thereafter say that we have mobilized the savings. So if you compare the same concept or the principle, same point with the SME sector, if you take the entire bank sector in Sri Lanka, that's my personal view, and there are certain statistics also, you mentioned the statistics as well, so to a certain extent, the entire the banking sector concentrating mainly on the big customers. Even though they say that they're catering to this particular segment, it is true that they are doing it. I don't say no, I'm not denying. But unless they understand very well the contribution the SME sector is making to the national economy very well, we may not be able to really build up this SME sector. The reason being the most of the SMEs are not visible really. Even though we are talking about there are SMEs, those are of course the visible, as well as they do certain things with the big companies, or they may be exporters, or they may be supplying to the another supplier. But most of the SMEs are not really visible. So therefore, my submission is that from the point of view of the country, it is very essential for us to educate even the banks, even though they say that they are doing well, even the bank to explain and to make them aware of the importance of the SME sector, mainly the micro sector. Thank you, Chandra.
Thanks, Enak, for that. Right, so let me now take this to a different level now. So we've been discussing about what the government and various other parties can do to facilitate this SME sector. But we have among us, we are representing professional bodies. Some of us are practitioners, right? So what kind of a role can we play as professional bodies, institutions, as well as practitioners in strengthening this SME ecosystem? What areas we can touch? Do you have any experience, suggestions, or currently operating models in your respective countries?
If I can just say a few words, shall I just a few words? Now, one of the reasons for us to organize this SME development conference was also because we are involved in that area. Now, because with the COVID-19 pandemic, we set up what was called Smes Sri Lanka COVID-19 SME Development Committee. And every Monday we meet. In fact, today also we should have met normally at 6:30. And we are able to do now. One of we used to conduct a number of seminars. We did, of course, initially we did physically. Later we did online on the training of people on financial and the other important areas. Then also to give them a knowledge of taxation, because that was also mentioned. So those things that we have carried out. Then the other one, of course, the credit guarantee institution that we set up. That we helped to set up. Then the other one is the export houses. So like that, these are some of the matters that we have been doing, and we have been able to get the chambers of commerce involved. We have been able to get the commercial banks, because what we find is that it is not possible for us to do it alone. If we can get the banks and the chambers, then the banks will have the customers. So really the professional bodies have to link up with them and then provide the support, so that then it will really go to the SME customers. So these are some of the things that we have done. I'm sure there are many more that the others can also look at.
Yeah, Chaminda, just to add one point on top of what Professor mentioned also, as I mentioned, I'm just taking the example from the banking sector in Sri Lanka. If you take the entire branch network of Sri Lanka, most of the semi-urban and rural level branches, once they mobilize the savings, what they do is, for their convenience, they send the entire funds to the head office there. So what head office does is that they invest in treasury bills or treasury bond and similar instrument, maybe securitization. But if they can introduce the rules and regulations requesting in the event if they mobilize savings at rural level, they should lend back to the people who are living in that area. Say, for example, if you take Sri Lanka, if you take a faraway branch, whether it is in north or south or any other part of the country, we could request them to not to send their funds to the head office or the central office, but they could lend back to the depositor, either the same depositors or else the people who are living in that area. So if you don't have that kind of maybe a little difficult task to strict regulation of that nature, I have doubt whether of course we will be able to improve the SME sector to the extent that we are thinking of. Thank you.
That's in terms of financing, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we have several hands up. I will give the opportunity for the lady first. Nishani?
All right, Charminder, just wanted to contribute the initiatives taken from the Institute of Chartered Accountants side to develop the SME sector. From the CS Sri Lanka side, there's a special task force for SME, calling SME task force. But one of the objective of this task force is to educate, to assist the SMEs to grow up. For that, from the task force, they are organizing webinars, seminars, the workshops to small and medium-sized enterprises, virtually as well as physically. As we discussed, these SMEs are basically based on rural. They are going out of Colombo and to those areas to have these webinars and the seminars. That is one. The other one is the connections. Sometimes for those small and medium, the micro-sized enterprises, what is lacking is the information for them to maybe to go to the export market, what kind of information that they need. For that, connection is providing by the Institute of Chartered Accountants, that is connecting them with maybe the Export Development Board, maybe the chambers. That connections from the institute, they are trying to give it to the SME sectors. In addition to that, the other important aspect would be the mentoring process that they are doing. Mentoring in the sense from that task force, the institute do have a pool of mentors, senior members with well experience and expertise, industry experience. What is happening is it's kind of a tri-party agreement where the institute and the SME as well as the mentor will get into an agreement to mentor that SME when they need the assistance or the support from the experts or from the experienced people. In addition to that connection perspective, connecting with the banks to facilitate their lending requirements, all those things are doing by the CS Sri Lanka. In addition to that, they do have a program relating to the incubator for SMEs where there's this idea, innovative idea to promote that and grow it and to get it as a business one day to enhance that idea. Those are the areas contributing from the, as a professional body, the CS Sri Lanka to the SME sector at the moment.
Right, Azhar? Thanks, Nishani.
Yeah, what I would like to add is that almost similar situation in Pakistan as well. What we did was when the pandemic started, after maybe 1 or 2 months, the institute started a series of sessions, and it was almost 11 sectors that we covered, mostly SMEs, how the pandemic was going to affect them, how they were affected. So that was a very good experience, and I think SMEs learned a lot. And we actually, most of us are SMEs, small, medium service providers. We actually have much hold of the pulse of the SMEs as well. We understand what are the issues they are facing. So whenever we are at travel, talking to the regulator, especially the State Bank of Pakistan, many other regulators, we are telling them that these are the issues that are faced by SMEs, and we need to do something for the growth of our SMEs. Because again, SMEs have a huge role to play in any economic development of any country. As far as when we were talking about exports earlier, I just wanted to add that point that in the last year, our textile exports rose a lot. And that was again due to the same reason as was told by my friends earlier, because of our geographical situation, it made a lot of it. But now the situation is probably not that good as far as SME and export is concerned because of the devaluation of the currency that we are facing. So hopefully things will get better soon in light of that.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Vishal.
Yeah, so I did in the past also mention about what the initiatives as ICI that we had taken as an institute. I would just like to further that as members, what we feel is that the MSME, like we talked about the financial and tax literacy, the MSME sector, there are some areas where as professionals, as an institute definitely, but as individuals also, there are some areas where we feel, and what we have done in India specifically, is to give them the adequate knowledge, some small things which they might be losing out on. Like things like legal compliance with respect to claiming the GST credit. See, there might be because of the ignorance of law or maybe some weak internal control mechanism, they are not able to avail 100% credit, which it definitely impacts their cash flows, would impact their cost and their profitability also. Also, reviewing their commercial contracts, their costing, because many times what we've seen is when the MSME, they do a rate negotiation for their sale or whatever, the credit period, the interest cost and all, they are not able to factor in those things in a proper manner. Like as chartered accountants, what we do with precision, they are not able to do that. And many times we've seen that they lose out on such aspects. Therefore, we do a lot of training with them at the local level, like I said, and even on an individual basis. So we train also our members. We empower them by which they, when they interact with their clients, something on a foreign exchange also I would like to highlight. Many times, we've seen our clients where they are doing imports as well as exports. And what happens is because of their limited knowledge with respect to foreign currency or foreign exchange, they lose out on the rate difference because of the money flowing in and going out. So there we advise them that why don't you open a EEFC account, which is permitted under the Reserve Bank of India, and you don't have take the hit on the exchange gain loss because of the currency fluctuations, because of the money coming in and going out. So these are, I believe, inventory management, documentation. These are the small things, which actually can make a lot of difference when we talk of the SME sector. And this is what we do as professionals with our clients and our institutes also in turn when we do the hands-holding through various local industrial associations. These are the topics where we try and educate them, because we are not champions on the production process per se. And what we also have is that when we do the audits or the consultancy of a larger client, we try to understand them, and whatever are the best practices, we try to tell these SMEs that if you want to grow, and it has to be a structured growth, then some of these things you will have to start investing today. And I have seen that they benefit a lot when some of these small tips also they are able to put into practice. They are able to benefit a lot.
Right, great. So before I get to Suren, I would like to remind the audience that you all can raise your questions through the Q&A option. So we will give you an opportunity also to clarify your doubts if you have any questions. So I'm planning to post some of your questions to the audience, to the panelists. Okay, Suren, you also have something to say.
Okay, thank you, Chaminda. To add with other panelists, still I can add a lot of report to be done for developing the status of SMEs in the country. However, it is focusing on arranging the workshop among the chambers, SMEs, and other stakeholders in coordination with the concerned authority. The major problem in Nepal is that there is no one window policy regarding the registration and monitoring of SMEs. There are many regulatory authorities for the registration, and there are separate supervision and monitoring guidelines. So somehow ICANN is having trouble in managing the particular activities, introduce the program to the SMEs directly. However, the professional accountant members are timely updated and provided with the opportunities of various workshops that could add value to the SMEs directly or indirectly, as many of our professional accountants are involved as or in the capacity of SMPs and providing the services to the SMEs. Also, the major chunk of industries has been contributed with SMEs in Nepal also. So, and talking about the uniformity of accounting and financial control of SMEs, still we are not able to implement the NFRS for SMEs, though it was introduced or pronounced 5 years back. So in a couple of years, we will be implementing NFRS for SMEs, and that would provide a benefit to the SMEs, make them or to make them in alignment of same accounting policies. So for the time being, ICANN Institute of Chartered Accountants Nepal is focusing on the continuous development program for the members, and soon we will be conducting joint with the stakeholders like chambers and other regulatory authorities. For now, I'll
Okay.
leave.
Right. So just one question. I just want to clarify this. Now, when you run an SME, is it necessary to register, or can you run on your own, or any legal requirement in your respective countries? In our case, we have some flexibility here. How about other countries?
In case of Nepal, we need to register at least with the tax office if we are a natural person. And if you want to go,
whatever the scale of the business.
Yeah.
Okay. How about other countries? Okay, sir.
The situation, I think the situation is similar in the Maldives. Yeah.
Okay.
So all businesses, irrespective of the size, has to be registered with the Ministry of Economic Development. There is basically with the registrar of companies. Registrar of companies is for companies, but with the economic development for all the businesses, because there is a Business Registration Act we have. Yeah. So all the business need to be registered. But SME Act is actually for the purpose of classification, for the purpose of identifying where the assistance is needed, where the concessions need to be given, right? For that purpose, we have the SME Act, and some SMEs are also exempt from tax because their revenue threshold. Their revenue may not actually reach the threshold or their profit levels. So for that purpose, we have SME.
Right. How about the others? Is it necessary to register? So I get some statistics. It says in Nepal, around 85% of the workers are in the informal sector. That is basically your contribution towards that segment. Right. I don't know whether the statistics coming from the international website. And another problem we have with that, the reason why I asked that question about this registration thing is that most of the SMEs are in the informal sector, right? In most of the countries, except some countries, as you mentioned, even in Sri Lanka, there's no requirement for us to register as such, right? You need to get a basic business registration if you want to run a sole proprietorship or anything, but there's no formal registration or tracking take place. So even the authorities cannot track the number of businesses or the different information when they want to make decisions. They are mostly in the informal sector, and that affects national policy decision making. And also when it comes to lending and various other decisions and deciding the quantum of money or resources that needs to be pumped into certain segments, it's very difficult because there is no proper data available. Another thing is, even the SME sector people cannot secure their funding. They can't go to the banking system because they don't have that formal business models and governance, and more importantly, a large proportion of micro segment, especially sole proprietorships, they don't maintain books of accounts. I don't know about your experience, right? So that's another problem why they cannot be taken into the formal sector. Even the parties who want to support cannot support them because of that thing. So any initiative, anything that you have in your respective countries, how you want to bring them to the formal sector, how you all support, have you all initiated anything maybe at the institute level or something to encourage them to come with formal accounting systems? And I know some initiatives are there to introduce low cost or free accounting platforms for these segments for people to then start tracking their transactions. At least there is something even for small and medium sized practitioners to support them.
I mean,
Because they can't afford big ERPs.
Can I add something?
Yes, Suren.
Yeah, yes. As you said, more similar to Nepal's economy also. Previously, most of the sole proprietorships used to declare the self-presumptive tax details because due to the low income tax rate. But in recent years, the government has introduced the policy of declaring the source for every banking transactions. That resulted some awareness with the small taxpayers. If they come with the proper accounting or the proper audit financial statement, which has been later submitted to the income tax office, then they can declare more source of income by paying tax. So some policies introduced by the government regarding their source declaration has somehow benefited the informal sector to come with the formal channel in Nepal. Thank you.
Yeah. So any further thoughts on this topic before I move to the questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Yes, it is the same in Pakistan as well. When you are starting up, usually you start with registering with the tax authorities. But the culture that we have is people usually do not start registering and going to tax authorities themselves. They wait for a certain period of time and then they do that. And there is a concept of formal and informal economy. And SMEs are mostly falling in the informal economy. As far as small business situation is concerned, go for a sole prop, you can sole proprietor, you can go for a partnership, or you can have a small company. Rates of taxation are lower for all these classes, and especially for companies, there's a lot of emphasis. Our regulator, the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, has given a one window operation sort of a thing in which if a person comes in and registers with Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan as a small company, then automatically the person would also get the income tax registration and the indirect tax registration if that is required for that particular business. So that is
Right. So now another area that we want to touch with this, because we were talking about how the professional bodies and professionals can support in this space. Even if you look at our main theme of this conference is supporting small businesses in financial and cost management. So to what extent do you see that these SMEs practice deep cost analysis, proper cost management principles? Because one thing we see is that why they cannot compete with big players in the market is their cost structure. So they can't compete with the prices because their cost structure is heavy probably. And they sometimes do not do deep analysis and get the efficiencies into the system. And another thing we have noted in certain surveys, they have found that most of the SMEs operate within 30 to 40% efficiency level. That means there is a heavy underutilization of their resources and they run with under capacity. So if we improvise this financial management, cost management, productivity, we can easily elevate this entire segment. Remember, this is about 50 to 60% of the GDP that we're talking about in the country. Imagine 10% increase in the productivity in this segment is 10% increase in your overall productivity. It's a significant amount to the national economy. So I think how we can intervene here as professionals and professional bodies, do we have any specific courses or programs, capacity building programs, or any standards that you all have introduced to SME sector to improvise their cost management? I would like to hear from the countries. Before that, Chandima wants to say something. Yes.
So in the add a few things before that previous one. As a entrepreneur, what are the expectations from institutional level? Shall I add something, Chaminda?
Yeah, sure.
Then mainly small scale entrepreneurs are, I agree with that they haven't any very lack of financial and other literacy. Is a major problem is the valuation, business valuation. When for small businesses are expecting more funds, but then investors are going to invest, but they don't know what's the real value, how to do the valuation of the business or concept. That's the main barrier for they are going for the investment. Then something is sometimes is they think is undervalue. Most of cases are they value is price is undervalue. Then ultimate benefit is going to not SME sector is an investor. That's the major drawback of the SME people. And also when we are entering the foreign market, it's I think it's a standards and other requirements very difficult to fulfill it. And also institutional level is based on the city limits. Even Colombo city, when is a goal Candio city levels, they don't go even they don't go to the village level. That's the major thing. And also the I also mentoring with several institutional chambers and other things. It's my personal view is all are come to the national level platform. Is without any variation with if we come to the national level mentoring program, I think is a whole country can be covered. And so their awareness level is very low. When we are sometimes is the World Bank, IMF or ADB, they promoted to SME sector given the donor funding or grants or other things. They are only advertise or information going through their website or sometimes in English newspapers. But in village level people, that awareness is very low. They don't know how to apply the grants and other processes as well. Ultimately, that grant is no any point to apply, and grant is not effectively in the Sri Lankan SME sector. Then, as a point of entrepreneurs, all those areas, institutional level, they empowering SME sector much more than in future.
That's good insights from entrepreneurs because she has gone through the process. I think with experience, she must be sharing those. Sometimes most of these initiatives, especially some organizations, some interested parties, some are limited to ceremonies. You want to have marketing mileage, you want to declare, open some of these initiatives in front of media, and sometimes it is limited to the city area. It doesn't really go to the real needy segments. Probably in the communication even they don't talk in their language. There's no material that reaches their level. So that's also very important to remember when we talk about these things. And there's a question from the audience also. Let me touch on that. I think I also wanted to raise that question. Why do we think that the professionals find it difficult to support MSMEs or find it difficult to develop them? Is it a problem with the professionals or is it the problem with the MSMEs? They don't welcome it or any other relationship issues? With experience, if anyone has attempted to mentor them or has some statistics?
Chamin, can I add one or two points? Because there is a power cut just 2 minutes ago. I don't think that right. Now, if you mentioned about the lack of knowledge of accounting and the non-availability of the registration and things like that, as far as the majority is concerned, I mean the SMEs. Now, if you talk to all these the SMEs, not at a very high level, maybe the second or third level SMEs entrepreneurs, they prefer to go to the second level or third level accountant. Whether you are accountant or advisor, they prefer to go to second level or third level. Second level means what I meant was that maybe partly qualified accountants, or maybe a graduate, or maybe MBA person, not MBA, or I would say the second level. Third level means those who do not have any qualification whatsoever, but they are capable of handling the accounts and providing any advice. That they have developed that skill to the extent through their experience. So they prefer to go to that level. So if you take qualified accountant, whether it is art accountant or the management accountant, all of us are centered in Colombo or the main cities. So therefore, it is very difficult for them to access them, the qualified accountant. So unless we create that environment to give them some kind of education to say that, look here, there's no necessity for you to talk qualified accountant, but you approach the second level or the third level person initially, then of course we will be able to take them into the system. The second area that I would like to mention is that I hope you remember some time back, we had a problem in Sri Lanka. None of the banks have given facilities to the agriculture sector. So what happened was they were requested to do it, but none of them were adhered to that one. So thereafter, the regulations came. So after regulations were introduced, so each and every bank was able to lend to the agriculture sector. So there were a couple of banks, they said no, but end of the day, all of them were the fine, I mean, they imposed a fine. So thereafter, they also started to really lend in the agriculture sector. Similar way, my suggestion is that if we can identify the SME sector, if we can segregate into maybe 4 or 5 or 6 areas, major areas, then thereafter, the regulations need to be introduced maybe by the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, since they are the regulators of the bank. They can, if they can identify the 5 or 6 sectors, and they can specify the specific percentage. So out of your total portfolio, you need to allocate X percentage to one particular sector. If there are 5, say 2% or 3% or 10% or 12%. I don't think that they can go beyond, I would say 10, 12, 13%, but still, if they can identify the specific 4 or 5 sectors, then they will be able to give a direction. So then the bank will adhere to. On that basis, we will be able to support those who are not registered for various places, or those the entrepreneurs that are not, which are not visible to all of us. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. I think in the interest of time, we also need to be mindful of that. So we've had a fruitful session. So we heard a lot about the experience from different countries. I think some are common, and we also heard some success stories and secret formula behind that. And especially Vijay, thank you for being so generous in explaining some of those minute level initiatives and everything. So I think there are a lot of learning there. And so in the interest of time, I would like to now give each one of you maybe maximum 1 minute. Take that time, don't exceed. Give a concluding remark about everything that you want to sum up, or maybe if there's any concluding message that you want to leave the audience. So let me start with, yes, Vishal.
Well, thank you. I believe it has definitely been a brainstorming session for all of us, and I would like to thank the Safa and the Sri Lanka Institute for this opportunity. And my concluding words would be that yes, we all know that the SMEs is the lifeline for any economy, any country's economy. And similarly, we as professionals need to be more proactive. This is how I would say, because yes, what happens is, there are constraints with respect to fees, with respect to the time involvement. And, I believe that the SMEs sector is something which is, like our children. This is how I would look at it. The way we pamper them, the way we spend time with them, and we ensure that they grow and, they become successful. I think so. If as professionals, each one of us takes or identifies, let us say, 10 or 15 such clients of theirs in the MSE sector, and spends enough time and energies and knowledge with them, I believe that as a country, or I would say as a region of the globe, we would have some of the best small medium enterprises, and maybe they would become large. Like a tree grows, they would become large enough to take hold of the whole economy. This is would be my closing remarks. Thanks
Thank you,
once again,
Vishal.
everybody.
Let me move to Azad from Pakistan. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think they're wonderful comments. Thank you, Safa and CMA Sri Lanka, for arranging this session. I already said that as SMPs ourselves, we are holding the pulse of SMEs. And SMEs, as you said, and we are repeating, they have a pivotal role in the economic growth of the country. When we talk about SAFA, I think we are also in a very good position to exchange our resources, exchange our different ideas, exchange services, goods, and I would say to go to a platform where actually our SMEs are able to export within our own region. And if we do that, I think there is a lot of potential. We are always looking at other places around the world. We are probably ignoring the potential that we may have 6, 7, 8 cities that we have in already have, manpower that we have. So we are, I think, missing out from that thing. And lastly, I would like to say, yes, for SMEs, we should keep on working. If it is a pro bono work, we should all be able to do it. From institute level, all institutes should be doing work for the betterment of SMEs, be it presentation sessions, videos, or any awareness campaign. We should be doing it at SAFA level with our individual institutes. Thank you very much for the invite. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I move to Ahmed, Maldives.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, thank you, Safa, and thank you, CMA, for this opportunity. I think based on our discussion, we all know how important SMEs are to the economy and to the GDP. So given their importance to GDP and employment, they need to be supported by professional organizations, by governments and other stakeholders. So as professional accountancy organizations, we need to champion the cause of SMEs and provide the necessary know-how for their growth. In my view, SMEs need to be encouraged to adopt new technologies to improve their practices. They need to be educated on new financial products available to them. I believe we as professional accountancy organizations have a critical role to play in this regard. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Ahmed. Then I'll move to Surain from Nepal.
Thank you, Chairman. As we all SAFA members share the similar economic status as well as same GDP, or more or less the same GDP contribution from the SMEs, I think this platform should be used as a common platform for developing a proper framework for SMEs database and credit analysis of SMEs among SAFA members. And the regional collaboration may allow the expansion of scope of SMPs and SMEs. So I think the more detailing workshop or the seminars should be conducted in future also to develop a mechanism for the capacity enhancement of SMEs using SMEs. So let's work out for the technical collaboration in SAFA level among the SAFA countries to share the business ideas, the pitching opportunities, the marketing and access to finance also, to this note, I will take leave, and thank you for the Safa for organizing a beautiful program. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Suren. So then I move to Nishani.
All right, thanks, Charminda. I think after listening to Chandima, she was talking about the valuations and all. I think for us to think, I think along with the SMEs, we have to empower the SMPs as well. We need to create that platform to the SMEs to grow using that the similar kind of assistance and the technical assistance from SMPs. That's area that we have to think about. Thank you, Safa, as well as thanks CMA for organizing this wonderful conference. It's a need of the hour, the development of SMEs. They are the driver of our future. Thanks.
Thank you, Nishani. Finally, I move to Chandima.
Once again, thank you to Safa and Professor Watawala and CMA to and also CMA helped me lot to in our journey. And also my view is our company motto is building healthy people in Sri Lankan mother country. Is now as an entrepreneur and professional, I think is Sri Lanka is an agri-based economy. And now the time import-based consumption move to Sri Lankan product level or service level. I think in that movement, we, as a professional, we have a lot to do in SME sector. Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you, Chandima. And I would like to hear some words from the President as well before we conclude. Then I'll hand over to Professor.
I think
his connection was disturbed. Yeah, I think yeah, okay. I think his connection was disturbed. So let me then thank you very much once again, all the panelists, for being so generous in sharing your views and good insights. Now, I think we have a lot to learn from each other. Some of the things that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. If someone else has already practiced it, we can simply take a note of it, because this is for a worthy cause, national cause, more than commercial interest. We are trying to support a needy segment in the economy, and it's a great thing. And finally, I must thank Professor Watawala and CMA for initiating this, and Safa for organizing this, and more importantly, in my case, for giving me the opportunity to deal with this wonderful panelists from the region. I also personally learned a lot, and we sometimes see only one side of the story, and we got to know certain aspects that we generally don't see, and some success stories, inspiring stories in other countries, that gives us some seed to say that it's not impossible. It is possible if we have the right tools and attitude. And I think as professionals, we can do a lot. Let's do our part. And thank you very much once again. And I would like to now hand over the session to Professor Watawala for concluding remarks. Professor, over to you.
I need 30 seconds. There's a power connection.
Yes, I'll go back. Go ahead.
Yes, I think as I mentioned, it's my duty to thank Professor Watawala for the trouble that he has taken. At the same time, I need to thank all moderators as well as the panelists and all participants for your valuable contribution. With that note, let me hand over to Professor Watawala. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, Chaminda, I must thank you for the very, I think it was a very, very useful and successful panel discussion, because here we were able to get all the countries involved, all the institutes involved, and for them to tell us how the SME sector can be developed. So I think it was something where we got very good explanations, and it's also a learning exercise where we were able to learn quite a lot. So I feel that this should be carried forward. So I must thank all our panelists. You all have done a very excellent job. it's really what I would always say, it's called a teamwork, because if we all work together as a Safa body, now that the president is here, maybe even we will be able to take it maybe a few steps forward. Now, in the SME category, there is, of course, always a sector that is of great importance to us. I think that was what was mentioned by our chairman of the SMP committee. But you see, the success of the SMP committees will also depend on the success of the SMEs, even how well they are doing. So everything will depend on that. So that means we need to go to the grassroots level and help them. Now, especially now, if you look at Bangladesh, the Grameen Bank, and of course the BRAC, how they have developed, from the and how they are going to the grassroots level and helping them. And one thing that you should remember is that they are not profit-making institutions. These are all social service, non-profit making institutions which have gone to the grassroots and done quite well. So that may be another example that we can take when we are looking at the micro side, but they've also gone into industries. I know BRAC has done quite a number of, they are involved in a lot of industries. Now, even if you take India, the same thing is there, how well things have developed. They have the SME Act, which has helped the SME sector a great deal. So similarly in the other countries also, and we can make use of those to develop the SME sector in all those areas. So let me thank everyone, because that was, I think, our concluding session, which gave a summary of everything that was happening and what we need to do. So I must also thank the Safa Secretariat, because Safa Secretariat, Mudit has been doing quite a lot of good work, and I'm sure that he will be able to help us in the future also, and then take this matter forward. Then, of course, from our own side, Ms. Shanti has been able to work very hard and get the support of all the countries, and of course, with Mudit, and then our technical side, Tarindu, all of them have been working, and of course, we've been coordinating with the president of Safa and been able to take forward all these things. So let me thank everyone, because there was special mention about the time. So I think we are finishing on time, So anyway, that's something that we thought I must thank Chaminda. Yes, maybe I've listened to the lecture that was given earlier on the timing, So he has kept to time, but I think as chartered accountants, as management and accountants, we also need to see that we are able to do this. But sometimes when people start talking, when they forget the time, So that's the problem that is there. So you have to give a small reminder so that will be there. So once again, let me thank everyone, and I think we should take the salient points that came out of this. I would suggest also to our president of Safa, we will also try to get that and maybe prepare a small summary and put it to our committee, the International Relations Committee. I must thank all of them for the support they have given, and which we can put it to the Safa board for further action. So let me thank everyone, and we'll keep in touch, because I think it's a very good area, and whether we should also look at a SME committee is something that we have to see, but how it is going to operate is something we need to see, and maybe SMP is definitely on the profession side, but maybe for the entrepreneurs, so we may have to call it like something on entrepreneur development rather than go on SME, because there is a clash with the SMP. So maybe entrepreneur development might be a good term to use, and I think it will certainly do a lot of good. So let me thank everyone. We started quite early at 3 o'clock. Now it's 8 o'clock. It's 5 hours. Quite a long duration of time, but although we are from different countries, we've been able to link up because of the digitalization. And let me thank everyone for spending your very valuable and precious time with us. And I wish you all success. And I'm sure that this UN MSME Day will help to promote the SMEs and MSMEs in our South Asian region and we'll be able to do something from the Safa, where the professional accountants are involved. Thank you, and all the very best, and good night to all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Chairman.